Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to waste your time. Let's get right into it. Let's get into some of this straight game, gavel to gavel coverage. Very important day. The judge goes over the mistrial information. Let's do it.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, today the judge goes over the mistrial information, whether to grant Sean P. Diddy Combs. Like I told you before, they got Cassie Ventura to come on there and say that she saw Diddy hang Bonner over the balcony, and it came out in text messages to Christina Karam that did not actually happen, ladies and gentlemen. It did not happen, according to the text message. Now, you know, there no Perry Mason moments here. We don't like I said, because if the judge does not grant a mistrial, then they definitely have a real shot at a mistrial. I mean, at a this situation, if Diddy's convicted, overturned on appeal, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. You know, we can't have a manufactured evidence, if you will, right? No manufactured evidence. So let's get into it right here. Boom. Boom. 8 minutes ago, Combs, Shapiro, this is only our second motion for a mistrial. I'm not sure why the government says it's the third. USA, perjury is only one prong of our four-part test. The judge, this happened years ago. Miss Bungling was taking a lot of drugs. I thank God she's sober. See, once again, all of these things are not even supposed to be taken into consideration. You know, it wasn't that just Bungling said it. It was the fact that Cassie came up there and testified to it. AUSA, Mr. Steele also moved for a mistrial. Judge, well, he said he was going to move. Combs, Shapiro, we object to Juror 6 being stricken. It's under seal. Judge, everyone will be heard. Where? Inner City Press file. Let's do it. This is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I mean, just hearing the evidence from that perspective, it wasn't just that Bungling said that she had been using drugs for a number of years, if you will, right? It wasn't just that. It was more. It was a little bit more than that. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Edward Green, Sticky Fingers, Quan, Fatima. Welcome back, Fatima. We got to get into it early this morning, ladies and gentlemen. I find it interesting how many bites at the apple certain people are giving. there will be more days. I think the court's gonna run a little bit longer than it was supposed to, actually. So hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 67 people watching. If you're not subscribed to the channel yet, please do hit the like button. Share it on your Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Let them know we over here at our Straight Game TV, giving the gavel coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it. Hit the thumbs up button. Doug Mack, what's good? Marcus Mitchell, Edward Green, Sticky Fingers Quan, Fatima's in the building. Good morning, everybody. Here we go. Check it out. Judge, bring in Jane, then the jury all rise. Judge, Miss Garagos may proceed with cross-examination. Combs, Garagos, Jane, so they're beginning the cross-examination right now, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting. I don't know if they're going to argue the motion at the end of the hearing. They're going to finish the cross. They're going to do the cross, I believe, and then argue the motion probably at the end of the hearing. That's what I'm taking it. I didn't hear anything from the motion being decided, but Jeannie Garagos is cross-examining Jane. Combs Garagos, Jane, we met before, and then you stopped meeting with the defense. That was your choice, right? Correct. All right, let's go. So it wasn't Avail, it's Garagos. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. We over here bright and early. Let's go. Garagos, you are testifying against Mr. Combs. Jane, I'm testifying against him? She don't even know. Oh my God. I'm testifying against him? Yeah. Garagos, how many times did they prep you on how to be cross-examined at trial? Jane, maybe 2 or 3 times? She don't even know, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. We this morning starts off with a bombshell. Listen. She said, I'm testifying against him? Yeah, absolutely. You testifying for the prosecution. I mean, that could be part of the act, but like I said, for the benefit of the doubt, how many times did they prep you on how to be cross-examined? Jane, maybe 2 or 3 times. Garagos, did you bring in other prosecutors to cross you? Did they bring in other prosecutors to cross you? Yes. Oh, she's been really prep. She been prepped for prep school. She been prepped for prep school, y'all. Wow. I think the judge might hinge his decision on a mistrial on this cross-examination. I really do. I think because that right there is a hell of a revelation. She's like, I'm testifying against him. There we go. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Like I said, we here, gavel to gavel. As you can see right now, Jane, aka or allegedly known as Daphne Joy, what it appears to be that she doesn't even know that she's testifying against Diddy. Now, this could be part of the prosecution strategy, to just for her to act like she don't know, right? I doubt that very seriously. But then again, you just never know. They probably told her, hey, you're going in, but she's coming in to cross-examine. And like you said, well, didn't they? So what that shows already off the hand to me is she knows that she's testifying against Diddy. Because when the question came after that, she said, well, how many times did they prep on how to be cross-examined at trial? She said maybe 2 or 3. Garrett goes, did they bring in other prosecutors to cross you? She said yes. So I'm kind of on shaky ground. I think that might be strategy. Because if they prepped you and brought in other prosecutors to ask you questions, then you kind of know that you're going to be cross-examined based on what you're saying, right? Let's see. She can't get caught in no lies, because if she get caught in lies, ladies and gentlemen, the judge will what's the name of mistrial. So if Jeannie Garagos bring out some stuff that she allegedly said that's not true, and they can pin it down, because she been on the stand for a long time. You know what they say, one of the hardest things to do, the easiest thing to do is tell a lie, but the hardest thing to do is to remember it, right? Here we go. Garrett goes, and they granted you immunity at the grand jury, right? Ladies and gentlemen, she has immunity. She has immunity. Another one with immunity, right? They granted you immunity at the grand jury, right? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, you said you had regret about some of the choices you made with Mr. Combs. Jane, if you have it, I'd love to look at it with you. Oh my God. Woo, this is going to be smoking, Jack. So we know now that they gave her immunity. Woo, we wasn't really sure whether they gave her immunity, but now we know they gave her immunity, ladies and gentlemen. So Daphne Joy, aka Jane, has immunity. Wow. And Diddy's still paying for her lawyer, and Diddy's still paying for her rent. And according to what you see right there, she said, when Garagos asked her, you are testifying against Mr. Combs. Jane said, I'm testifying against him? So he would, man, wow. I would, and so this to say, let's say for instance that she did know she was testifying against him. If she didn't know she was testifying against him, and the government and the defense brings that out, and she gets mad, they just told me I was gonna be testifying. They ain't told me I was gonna be testifying against him. It could really go bad for the government, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Garagos, that you chose to participate in that lifestyle for many years, and you did not want to break up with him, right? Jane, I did not want to. Garagos, you had sex with other men for years. Jane, I resent the emotional control. I was hooked from the start. She said I was hooked from the start. Hooked on what? Hooked on phonics. She was hooked on phonics from the start, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, there was pressure to perform these acts my lover desired. Garagos, you used the word partner again and again on direct. He was your partner. Jane, yes. Garagos, you said you've been having trouble answering for yourself why you had sex with these men, right? Remember she said that? She said they asked on direct, why was you doing it? She said, I'm still trying to figure that one out. That's what she's talking about. So Garagos said, you said you were having trouble answering for yourself why you had sex with these men. She said, yes. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. We up in here, straight game TV, gavel to gavel. It's going to get interesting. It's going to get interesting. I appreciate everybody for coming back. Again, let me give some shout outs. Terrence Taylor, Universal Axe, Antoine Pinkney, Eula Holmes, Akai Hype, Mark Jag, Classy, Intelligent Hoodlum, Sandra Love. Well, who else up in the building? Quan, Alvin, Manis, Baltimore World, what's good? Them crab cakes, yo. Lola Grace, Mac Reed, Mac Red, Casual 75 Maryland, checking in from North Carolina. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, hit the share button. Let's go. 50 Cent baby mama, known as Jane, allegedly real name Daphne Joy. Here we go. Oh, they objecting already. She ain't got to the fifth question yet. They objecting. Garagos, you are in therapy now. Jane, yes. Garagos, you love Mr. Combs. I love to spend time with my partner. Garagos, you wanted to cuddle with him. Jane, to give him foot rubs, yes? Prosecution, objection to counsel making herself a witness. Oh, it's going down. It's going down. They objected to foot rubs. You said, right? Y'all see that? They objected to her saying that she wanted to give him foot rubs, right? Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. You see it. Look. Gary goes, you are in therapy now. Jane, yes. Girl goes, you love Mr. Combs. Jane, I love to spend time with my partner, right? Girl goes, you wanted to cuddle with him. Jane, to give him foot rubs, you said, right? Wow. Objection to counsel making herself a witness. Shit is funny. She could say things, factual things that she know from her client, right? She didn't holler for no sidebar just yet. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. For the people that don't know, we got to let them know we up in here. It ain't about it ain't about knowing. It's about not knowing. And we need them to know. Here we go. Jane, I love to bathe him and we watch his favorite show. Combs Girl goes, what show was that? Jane, a Dateline. Gara goes, did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else? Jane, during this time period. Gara goes, you look at his messages. Jane, yes. Hey, Michael Parker. Welcome back, Michael Parker. And thanks for the 5, man. Michael Parker said objections every 20 seconds. Hey, Michael, you was right yesterday, man. She didn't get 5 questions in. They already objected. Objected to the defense counsel becoming a witness. Like, okay. So she said, yo, hey, you know what, Jane? I love to bathe him and watch his favorite show, Combs Gergos. What show is that? Dateline. Gergos. Did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else? Jane, during this time period, Gergos. You'd look at his messages. She said, yeah, I look at his message. J Mac is in the building. Peter Baum, SLLE 44. Boss Lady Remy. Tootie Gardner. Hey, for everybody new, welcome, man. Welcome. We appreciate you over here. Iceman, what's good? Antoine Pinckney, what's good? Yeah, no, it's not even, I don't know if they can actual mistrial with prejudice, but like I said, I believe the judge is going to wait till after this days of testimony. I think that's going to hinge on his decision in rendering a mistrial. And because they definitely didn't cover it this morning, from what I'm understanding. Jane, he was vulnerable in those hotel rooms, and I shared that with him. It was conflicting, right? I was breaking all my boundaries so that we would feel that he would feel loved. Garagos, this brought you two together. Jane, yes. The lovemaking afterwards. That's why I enjoyed it. Right? So she said, you know, I don't know if she's saying she liked the free calls. She said, but the lovemaking afterwards. Thank you, SLLE 44. Appreciate it. So that's why she's saying, she said, well, I like the lovemaking after the free calls. But we're going to let Garagos, you know, we're going to let Garagos cook, man. We're going to let her cook. See what she got going on. I think they plan to have Jane on a little bit longer than they expect, because they're going to do that on Recross, right? So she was worrying about Diddy being vulnerable in the hotels, right? Exotic Beauty, welcome. RB, what's up? Good morning, Exotic Beauty. Everybody in the building, like I say, hit the like button, hit the share button. We up in here. Remember, they, you know, the careful questioning of the witness. One must be strategic, right? Ty Murphy, what's good? Welcome. Like I said, if you're watching from outside the chat, we appreciate you. Like I said, once again, we appreciate everybody, whether they're in the chat or outside the chat. Just to let y'all know. Drew York, what's good? like I said, I'm also going to be giving you guys just the other context, you know, in regards to the situation. Like I said, because sometimes in the courtroom when we cover it on inner city press, you know, they'll give us a little bit of the gavel, but like I said, later on, we'll get other information that basically explains it a little bit more in context and gives a little bit more context to it. Like I said, you know, Jane Doe basically said that she was hooked from the start. You know what I mean? Hooked from what? I mean, I don't know, from the free calls, hooked on Diddy. She didn't offer any kind of clarification for that. But yeah. So trying to give everybody the okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Boom. Let's do this. If we lose any kind of feed interaction, I also have a backup where I could give you the information. Right here. Garrett goes, you tried to be very sexy to him in those rooms. Jane, I think I was sexy. I think I was sexy in those rooms, she says. Combs, Garrett goes, because you are a beautiful woman. Did you choose the wardrobe? Initially, he did. Garrett goes, he liked baby oil. It turned him on. Jane, yes. And you got a lot of people out here trying to baby oil now, man. They just ain't gonna tell you that. They're gonna be like, damn, I ain't know Johnson & Johnson stock just went up, ladies and gentlemen. Based on the resurgence in the sale of baby oil, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it twisted. They had a video of Steve Harvey talking about baby oil. I was like, oh, wow. He was doing whole segments on his show about baby oil. I was like, oh, okay. You know, I think Diddy might have turned Steve Harvey on. That's no cap, ladies and gentlemen. I think Diddy might have turned Steve Harvey on to the baby oil move, man. I know Cassie watching this shit like, let me see if she did moves I ain't do. You know what I mean? Let me see if she did stuff I ain't do. Hold on. Because this 20 million might not be enough. Let's see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We rocking. Garrett goes, how old were you when you started your relationship with Mr. Combs? Jane, 35. Garrett goes, what are examples of your fantasy talk in those rooms? Jane, he would have me and the entertainer be in role play, cheating role play. That Sean left town. Oh, Sean, Diddy the Kingster. Yeah, we're gonna call it not Diddyster, the Kingster. Yeah. So like yeah, Sean, like your man left town, you know, and it's them two together. Wow. So Diddy had a bit of an imagination. He said sometimes the regular old don't work for him. You know what I mean? You know, a little role play. Okay. Diddy said his favorite TV show was Dateline. I wonder why. Ain't that the show that To Catch a Predator used to be on? To Catch a Predator. Remember that? Yeah, To Catch a Predator. Wasn't that Dateline? Wow, she said that Sean left town. Edward Green, welcome. Olu Fash, Mo Better, what's good? Sebastian, Money Mike, Mark Jag, welcome. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Very much appreciated. And I think the jury might like Diddy after this. They might be like, he's really not that bad of a guy. I mean, the role play, you know what I mean? The funny part about this, you'd be surprised how many people like to role play in a relationship, if you will. You know what I mean? I guess it keeps the excitement going, if you will. But I guess we're learning about Diddy's situation in particular, from that perspective. But yeah. Very interesting, I would have to say. Say, B-Town Entertainment, welcome. Say the yellow tape is up. The fence finished destroyed. I heard that. I guess she being real strategic with these questions that she's asking. Real strategic. Like I said, I think when like I said, when I wonder if they're gonna bring 50 Cent up, or they basically said, "Nah, we can't do that." You know what I mean? Is that out of the bounds? Because then people would know who she is. Like, yo, I mean, somebody saying a portion of James' testimony aligns with Cassie's, especially motivation to spend loving time with Combs after freak off. That dude, people tripping, man. That goes without saying. We already know that. You know what I mean? With the Cassie testimony, and like I said once again, on the motion to dismiss, right? I would say not even motion to dismiss, the motion for a mistrial, basically to dismiss this. They got Cassie to admit that she was there and she seen when Diddy allegedly hung Bonner over the balcony. Like I said, they also did how tall Diddy was versus the situation in Bonner, and they say basically it was physically impossible for him to do what she said that he did in regards to that. And so, yeah, this is like I said, this is the part that's the part I don't really understand. And so the judge, I believe they're gonna take this up after. They're gonna take it up after the after today, if you will. 1 minute ago, ladies. Here you go. Garrett goes, how high were your heels, Jane? 6 to 7 inches. And usually I wear 3 or 4 inch heels. Garrett goes, you wanted your child to be closer to your child's father, but did the father see the child? She said, what does that have to do with this? Uh-oh. What does that have to do with this? Oh, it has a lot to do with it. Oh, it has a lot to do with it. Because you brung up she brung up the fact that that when he asked her about the Christmas gift, she brung up the fact about, the only person I'm getting a Christmas gift this year is for my child. And how Diddy provided shelter for her and her son, right? They're about to get her unraveled on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, she's not gonna expect how they're gonna come at her, right? Because if they didn't really tell her what she was up for, she about to find out. She's about to find out, y'all. And remember, she admitted that she met with the defense team, right? And that she stopped meeting with them. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, yes, Jane Doe, aka allegedly Daphne Joy, does have immunity. They gave her immunity, so let that be known. Just like Brianna got immunity, they giving out immunity. So, and like I said, none of these people have been looked at as co-conspirators. But basically, I like I said, yesterday, what I said basically was that they basically probably told her that they would lock her up, right? So okay, it's in. Judge Submarini has denied the defense motion for mistrial. The defense submitted to move for a mistrial over the weekend. It was based on testimony of Breon Bongolan, which the defense attorney says was demonstrably false. Like I said, this is the reason why they keeping this going. It's entertaining, dude. It's like I said, this is making a lot of headlines. So the judge has denied the defense's motion for a mistrial, which basically, hey, they will definitely, it's going to get one on appeal. I'm telling you, you can't bring somebody up in there. They say, oh, she was using a lot of drugs. Nah, what? So the fact that she was using a lot of drugs is an excuse for her to come up there to lie, to tell you a date, for them to go with a date. If they could have got away with that date and Westmoreland wouldn't have came in there and gave them the information that they gave them, they would have been cool with that. So they weren't trying to be clear about it, but the judge is the judge. Okay. Yeah, I think he just threw the defense of alley-oop just now, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah, he just threw the defense of alley-oop. Garrett goes, who you fly weekly to Miami to see? Mr. Combs? Jane, sometimes. Garrett goes, we listened to 5 voice notes in which Mr. Combs sounded angry, but he'd send you thousands, right? Yes. Garrett goes, why did you feel he was larger than life? Bright light? I don't know what that means. She says bright light. That might be something between her and Diddy. So the judge did deny the mistrial motion. Man. It doesn't really say on what grounds. like I said, now you got everybody making these. The judge denies prosecutor request to recall expert witness for more testimony. The judge also denied the prosecution's attempt to bring back Don Hughes, expert testimony. Now, once again, remember, Don Hughes did not evaluate Cassie or anybody else as a psychiatrist in this situation, but the judge denied the prosecutor's request to bring her back. Judge Aaron Submaranian denied prosecutors' motion to recall expert witness Don Hughes for further expert testimony. Earlier in this trial, Hughes, a clinical and forensic psychologist, testified in general terms about the behavior of people who are victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and traumatic stress. So the judge denied that, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up button. We need them up in here, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody coming back. As I see you, Zaire, Mo Better, Edward Green, Fact Check TV, Sean Keith the Bronner, Classy in the building, Anonymous 3, JP Gun, 6 Gunner. Yes, indeed. We up in here, man. I guess she said, she said, why did you feel he was larger than life? And I guess her answer was a bright light, like he's a bright light, I guess, for whatever that means. So we do know for a fact, ladies and gentlemen, it is without a doubt, like I said, even though the judge, for the people that have been following along, even though the judge denied the motion for mistrial, right? Even though he did that, we know for a fact that Cassie came up there and said she saw Diddy hang Bonner over the balcony, and we know for a fact that wasn't true. Defense further explains mistrial motion accusing witness of perjury. So this is a little bit more detail into that. The defense attorney Alexander Shapiro has put further argument on the record about and like I said, this is very important when the argument goes on the record, because like I said, when you go up for an appeal, it's on the record, and like I said, it can't be said that it wasn't argued during the trial, right? Defense attorney Alexander Shapiro has put further argument on the record about the defense mistrial motion, which Judge Aaron Submaranian denied this morning. You recall the motion was based on last week's testimony of Breonna Bongolan, which defense attorney said was demonstrably false, right? Shapiro accused Bongolan, a friend of Cassie Ventura, of perjury and said the government knew or should have known that the alleged balcony altercation with Combs couldn't have occurred when Bongolan claims because Sean Diddy Combs and Ventura were not in Los Angeles at the time. Bongolan had testified that Combs held her over a 17-story balcony and threw her into the balcony furniture at Ventura's apartment in Los Angeles in September of 2016. Like I said, certain people get granted the ability to Assistant U.S. Attorney Madison Smyers basically said that Bongolan could have misremembered when she took the photo of her purported injuries, and that Bongolan testified that she didn't remember all the details of the incident, right? But the prosecution entered the situation into the evidence as fact, right? Right? So she's basically saying that Bongolan testified that she didn't remember all of the details in that incident. This was the argument this morning in relation to the motion for a mistrial. Like I said, everybody is not afforded based on how they like you and how you're seen. Submarinian ruled that the defense was not prejudiced by the testimony, in part because the defense was able to conduct a vigorous cross-examination of Bonglin about the timing of the incident. The judge likened Nicole Westmoreland's cross-examination of Bonglin to a Perry Mason moment that he thought the defense would be celebrating. So basically, hold on. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. The judge is basically saying that in fact, that Westmoreland actually caught Bonglin in a lie, but he's not gonna. So this is what the judge said. Submarinian ruled that the defense was not prejudiced, right? Basically saying the defense wasn't at a disadvantage by the testimony, in part because the defense was able to conduct a vigorous cross-examination of Bonglin about the timing of the incident. The judge likened Nicole Westmoreland's cross-examination of Bonglin to a Perry Mason moment that he thought the defense would be celebrating. I like I said, I can't see, I don't know what he meant by that, but okay. I didn't know that this case was about Perry Mason moments. I thought it was about somebody's life being on the line in any case, right? 1 minute ago, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Jane, he introduced me to the gospel. He had a favorite pastor he'd watch on TV, Combs, Garagos. Has that stayed with you, Jane? Yes. Garagos, do you watch that pastor today? Objection. Sustained. Garagos, how much did he invest in your dress line? $20,000. So I think she had a some kind of fashion line. I think that she was trying to promote or whatever, and I think Diddy invested some money in her dress line. So not only the $20,000 a month, but the investment in trying to help you get up on your game. So he invested money in the dress line. Once again, we're going to hear a lot of things that the prosecution didn't even focus on, didn't want you to know about, right? But it's going to come out today that they knew about, right? Yeah, it was also funny that Jane, she got immunity, and say kicking off the cross-examination of Jane, defense attorney Tina Garagos established with her that they met several times. Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers, who was using his pseudonym and dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, also acknowledged that she stopped speaking to the defense in April, just before trial, and she hasn't felt pressured by the defense. So, which means that Diddy's team hasn't pressured her or tried to, make her speak, even though Diddy's still paying her rent and paying for her outside counsel involving any criminal matters that she might have faced with this situation. So, and the lawyer that basically negotiated her immunity deal is paid for by Diddy. I've never heard any shit like that, but that's what's going on. Jane also acknowledged that she feels her attorney, whose fees Combs is covering, is representing her well, despite Combs being the payer. Like I said, she can't even afford her own attorney, man. What's going on, man? Well, life and its hacks, man, right? It also says that Jane has not seen or spoken to Combs since before his September arrest in New York, she testified. So once again, a little bit more context than we're giving on this one situation through Inner City Press. Shout out to Inner City Press. But yeah, so she said she hadn't seen or spoken to Diddy since or before his September arrest in New York, she testified. She ain't spoken to the man or seen the man, but the man paying for her lawyer. Wow, amazing. Then, like I said, when the cross-examination first began, it didn't seem like she even knew that she was testifying against Diddy, ladies and gentlemen, according to when they asked her, you know. She was like, I'm testifying against him? Yeah, absolutely. They gave you immunity. Basically, she also says that she resents him for leading her to the lifestyle he led me to. Jane testified. Girl goes, she wanted, how the hell, what you mean? She wanted to do OnlyFans when she first met Diddy. So what's she talking about? I mean, I don't know how long OnlyFans been out there, but that's what she said she wanted to do. So Gergo suggested that Jane chose to participate in that lifestyle. My choices were made under a lot of emotional pressure, she said. Jane said she was hooked from the beginning of their relationship, but she understood the terms and conditions of what our relationship would be like. So basically, she's saying that Diddy turned her out. You know, like I said, the question still remains, why didn't she leave? But that's a whole nother story, right? Mike Larry was good. KTW. Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say Diddy's a victim here. I would think that, like I said, as it says, she got immunity. They basically co-conspirators. If what Diddy was doing is a crime. Once again, though, ladies and gentlemen, I don't feel like they have laid out the predicates for it to be what they're saying that it is, right? I don't think that they've laid out, you know, these RICO acts, if you will, right? As you see right there, Diddy invested in her little dress line. See, once again, they didn't talk about that. You know what I mean? Sebastian, yeah, we don't even know about her OnlyFans. I'm sure if you wanted to go look for it, somebody know where it's at. It should be on the internet somewhere. But we don't really promote no OnlyFans or know where her OnlyFans is. So I'm sure somebody knows though. 1 minute ago, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Listen, y'all. Garrett goes, why did you join OnlyFans? Jane, if I could get off of it, I would. Financial need. Listen to her, ladies and gentlemen. Her whole move was always about money. Remember the 50 Cent situation, right? She said that 50 Cent sexually assaulted her and did a whole bunch of crazy stuff or whatever, right? Garrett goes, Mr. Combs gave you money throughout the relationship. In 3.5 years, does 150,000 sound right? She said, I would assume. Right? And around there, I'm sure they looked at the records, the financial records. And that's not including the 20,000 for this, that, and so on and so forth. Not only the money that I'm sure, like the cash that he gave her, right? You know, the cash that he gave her, but also he was paying the rent. Amazing. Remember, when you think about the 3.5 years, the love contract that Diddy and her allegedly made didn't start until 2023. So, and I would think that the most of that $150,000 started in around 2023. I forgot what month it was, but it started in around 2023. So, but I think Jeannie Garagos is going over the total time that they were together from 21 to basically 24. So, Garagos said, why did you join OnlyFans? Jane said, if I could get off of it, I would. Financial need, right? Garrett goes, Mr. Combs gave you money throughout the relationship. In 3.5 years, does 150,000 sound right? Jane, I would assume. I told you, man, she was using her pretty, man. She was using her pretty. She wasn't extorting him. It was a mutual agreement. She was his girl, and he would take care of it. I mean, taking into the realization and the understanding that kind of money was nothing. I mean, it's reported that Diddy was making anywhere from like $60 million a year just off of his deal with the Ciroc stuff. So, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. No, she's not extorting him now. There's no, there can't be an extortion. She got immunity. Like I said, Diddy paying her legal bills is a gesture that he wasn't in it for the same reason that she was. You see right now. Why did you join OnlyFans? He was giving her money. It just the pure greed. I showed y'all yesterday. She was doing OnlyFans. She was getting child support from 50, and she was getting money from Diddy. You know what I mean? Like I said, really understanding what it is and what's going on is key. Garrett goes, you told the government you gravitated toward providers. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to me. Listen to me, y'all. You see, she told the government she gravitated towards providers. Meaning she was a gold digger. It's just as simple as that. You see it right here. Yes. As a woman, I like that. You like for a motherfucker to give you everything, and you have to barely do nothing but lay on your back. I ain't heard one time she said she cooked a meal in 3.5 years. I've heard 10 times she said that they went out to dinner. I heard her cook one meal. Stovetop stuffing with nothing. You know what I mean? Jane, yes. Girl goes, you called the house our house. Jane, later I saw it as my house. You see what I'm saying? The delusion, the delusions of grandeur. Wow. She said, you told the government you gravitate towards providers. So 50 was a provider. And then when she didn't get what she wanted, she would make false accusations, like I said, or alleged false accusations, should I say. Yeah, like I said, we seeing it right here, gavel to gavel, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel, like I said. If you have not subscribed already, hit the share button. We over here gavel to gavel. No nonsense, nothing but straight game. Yeah, it's like hold on, what do you mean? Combs. And if she was married, I could see that being, my house if she was married. She wasn't married to him. Combs, Garrett goes, you thought it was important that his staff not know about the entertainers, right? Objection. Overruled. Right. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is coming out. Garrett goes, and that's a reason that you go the house. that, and Yard, well, I don't know, I think he messed up trying to get this one out. And that's the reason you go to the house and that the yard for your son, right? You can say that. Can you say my child? She said your son. And Jane said, can you say my child? I don't know what she having. Your son is your child. You know what I mean? Right. And that's the reason why she would go to the house, right? To Diddy's house, because her son was there, right? Wow. I guess that's what she's saying. We're going to get more context on that, ladies and gentlemen, because I know it's going to come through. It's going to come through, so don't worry about that. I'm going to give you more context on that one. Because sometimes inner city press, in trying to really get the information out, might make a few errors, a few typos, but for the most part, we comprehend what's going on in the courtroom. So she got a problem with Jeannie Garagos calling it your son. I don't know if that's a thing that probably her and 50 went through when he said your son. Like, when somebody said that's your child versus that's your son, my child, a father versus a mother versus, the play on words, if you will. So, she had a problem with that she needed to know. She wanted Jeannie Garagos to say that, right? Like I said, a lot of times, like when you have the judge or people go with a judge trial, a lot of times this is why appeals are so important, because usually when you have an appeal, it goes into like a 3-judge panel or a 2-judge panel or usually a 3-judge panel, usually odd number, based on the fact that it's more than one legal mind looking at it. Like I said, it's not been unheard of for judges to be biased for one side or the other. But more importantly, that's the reason why appeals are so important. And really handling one business, having great lawyers on the team is a must, if you will. So. And also, like I said, the judge saying that Westmoreland had a real Perry Mason moment, meaning a dramatic revelation in a courtroom. Ventura mentioned the balcony incident without naming Bungling in her 2023 lawsuit against Combs. She also testified about it while on the witness stand last month. That's the thing that I thought was the problem. Cassie testified to the incident with Bungling as like she saw it. Like she basically said she saw it, and that wasn't the case. And Bungling also admitted that her and Cassie had talked before she went and gave her testimony in this situation. So the defense was basically saying that they were basically collaborating on their testimony, trying to get the story right. And she said that Bungling said that she had let Cassie know some of her information was wrong in from that perspective. So, but yeah, they're gonna, like I said, the appeal is so and the judge saying that it was a Perry Mason moment. Usually, when Perry Mason have Perry Mason moments, it goes in the favor of Perry Mason's client. So, but the judge said no, I'm not going to grant a mistrial. Okay, that's his right. He's the ultimate authority in his courtroom. But like I said, once again, once you go on appeal, the appeal judges can look at it like that too. So like I said, once again, it's too, and the cold part about this, there's too much riding on this trial, right? I kind of figured that the judge wouldn't do that. It would be just too great of a situation where you would have someone like Diddy's lawyers be so good that they would grant like this thing, like all of the media coverage would stop, all of this. This is right now one of the biggest things going on in the media, this Diddy situation, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake about it. This is one of the biggest situations going on right now. And so let's to be, perfectly honest and clear. Say under cross. Listen, this is another. Add a little bit more context to it. When Jeannie Garagos asked Jane, did she love Diddy? Right. Under cross examination, Jane confirmed that she wanted to be close to her partner. Jane testified that she liked to take care of him after hotel nights, and called out Dateline as one of the favorite shows, as we know. Jane told the court that she felt as if her partner was trusting her in a vulnerable moment. She was made to believe it was special and didn't want to judge him. Right now, he being judged by 12. 13, because she up on the stand testifying against him. Let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be real clear. She said she broke down her boundaries. She said Combs' offers of love and affection were the only reason Jane said she would enjoy hotel nights. This is what she's saying, ladies and gentlemen. Side note, context. Combs' offers of love and affection were the only reason Jane said she would enjoy the hotel nights, the freak-offs, if you will, which is the phrase she used for the nights Combs would watch her with sex workers. She told the court that she felt trusted by Combs in those vulnerable moments, saying she was breaking all of my own boundaries to make him feel loved, even as it became hard for her. Jane said she wanted Combs to be satisfied. And let's be clear, she wanted that money too. She also testified she was still in love with Diddy. So you know the funniest part I thought when she said she gravitated towards providers. I mean, think about that. I mean, and I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, gravitating towards providers, being a groupie or being someone, I don't really know how you explain that. Like I said, gravitating towards providers and being a great wife or a great girlfriend or whatever have you, it has its perks. Like I said, once again, she knew she was a good looking woman, and she knew how to market herself accordingly. But like I said, gravitating towards providers, you look at the fact that, and I think that there's something that a lot of things that they can't say in that respect in regards to the defense trying to paint Jane as a gold digger playing towards a stereotype. Even if it were true, it doesn't erase coercion and control and abuse. Like I said, they haven't coercion. They haven't proven coercion. Control or abuse. The abuse was mutual. The only time that they had a violent incident, Daphne Joy, aka Jane, allegedly, was the fact that she slammed Diddy's head up against marble at his house. And then they had an altercation. And I think in self-defense, right? After that, they did a freak off. So I don't know how that, how people come up with some of the stuff that they come up with, right? Okay, here we go. Let's say Jane and Combs didn't want any hotel night information to leak. She says Jane testified that when she moved into the new home in April of 2023, she thought that if we got a home that was to Sean Diddy Combs' taste level, right? Like, that's something that Diddy would approve of, because Diddy, to his taste level, right? Then we could just start at least doing hotel nights here in the privacy of our own home, right? Listen to it. So this is a concerted effort. This is not no, you paid for a house, you know what I mean? You got that kind of money, we can get a house, we can get this house over here, and to his taste, right? Jane confirmed that she and Combs did not want anything about the hotel nights to leak. She confirmed that it was important that the public didn't know anything about the hotel nights, and that Combs' employees didn't know anything about the entertainers, right? So this was well-kept secret. Defense attorney Gergos asked if they had done any hotel nights at Jane's previous apartment, and she confirmed they had. So what was wrong with her apartment? The fact of the matter is that her son was there. So she had did that, like I said, I don't know if she have a babysitter or whatever. I'm sure Diddy probably would have provided for that too, or she would have used the money that she was getting from Diddy to, find the babysitter, if you will, right? So this is a little bit deeper context while we wait for the updates that are going on in the courtroom. This was probably about 5 minutes ago. Listen to, oh my God, whoo, man. Wow. Hold on, I'm trying to get it up. Defense basically pushed Jane on financial support from Combs. Under cross-examination, Jane testified to how much Combs spent supporting her financially, agreeing that Combs wired her around, like I said, not no cash app, but wired her around $150,000 during their relationship. Combs' attorney, Tina Garagos, asked Jane whether she gravitated towards providers. Jane responded that she ideally wants someone who is a partner and provider. Prior to meeting Combs, Jane said she was making about $50,000 as an influencer in addition to receiving child support. You see what I'm saying? So once again, I told you they was going to bring up the child support thing in court. So she was getting child support. She never said how much child support. I wonder if they're going to go there with the child support thing, right? Wow. Basically, they saying Jane testified earlier during direct that she was financially coerced to having sex with escorts. And like I said, that's a lie. Like I said, a lot of these news organizations are reporting stuff that's simply not true. We will see how the defense paints her light of her powerful testimony. Amazing. If you just tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate everybody. basically, in the last piece of testimony, Jeannie Garagos basically was asking her. I got more context. That's the reason that they got the house, because of her son, and they would do the freak offs at the house now, at the new house, once they found a house that was up to Diddy standards. In this last piece of testimony right here. Yeah, like I said, once again, okay, here's some good information right here. So now, check it out. And what I was telling you guys earlier, right? The defense has now lost its second motion for a mistrial since a jury was seated last month. Though it's common for multiple mistrial motions to be heard in a high-stakes case like this one, despite the loss, listen, ladies and gentlemen, despite the loss, defense lawyer Alexandra Shapiro asked the judge if she could go on record to state the government should not have called Breonna Bongolan to testify that Sean Combs attacked her in 2016 in light of the defense evidence that he was 1,000 miles away on the date she initially gave. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand something. During discovery, right, information is exchanged. They look and say, well, you know, she said it happened on this date, September 26, 2016, right? So with Alexandra Shapiro's arguing that that the government should not have called Breonna Bongolan to testify that Sean Diddy Combs attacked her in 2016 in light of defense evidence that he was thousands of miles away on the date she initially gave. You understand what I'm saying? So, if, like I told you, if on one hand the government could have got away with and not have Westmoreland come up with the receipts that he wasn't even in town on the date that it happened, they would have gladly got away with that, right? But the fact that the defense pointed it out was what the judge called a Perry Mason moment, if you will, right? So check it out. So, and like I said, and that she was able to mention that on record is very, very important. Making such a statement could help Combs on appeal. Judge Aaron Submaranian chuckled and offered a compliment instead, calling the defense's devastating cross-examination of Bongolan a real Perry Mason moment, but not grounds to toss the case. This is what he thought. Now, another judge in an appeal might find that, hey, you know what? We do find that it was enough evidence to basically toss the case. And this is the reason why it's so important that Alexandra Shapiro was able to make this argument on record. Usually judges don't allow that. You know what I mean? It'll be like, the little sidebar situation that they would normally have. But the judge allowed this situation to be made, this argument to be made on record. Very important. So, for all of the people that really didn't understand that, that's what that meant. That's what I was trying to explain. So even if the judge didn't do it, you best believe, they're going to file an appeal. And guess what? That appeal might end up at the Supreme Court. Oh, absolutely. The government knew, and they knew that the testimony that she was going to give could have been false from that perspective. Oh, absolutely. And they also discussed an issue with a juror. Say now, issue with the juror is being discussed. It's not clear what is amiss, but Sean Combs' legal teams is arguing to keep the juror in the trial while prosecutors want more time to investigate the juror. Yesterday, as the trial was getting underway, Judge Aaron Submaranian called the lead attorneys into his robing room for a sealed conversation that had nothing to do with this juror. The parties discussed privately for some time before returning to the courtroom and huddling with their teams. The floor was buzzing with conversation, and Combs seemed engrossed. So there's something alleged going on with the juror, one of the jurors, if you will. Don't really know what that is as of yet. Jane is giving interesting details about her relationship with Sean Combs. Some of them innocuous, given the charges at hand. After intense freak-offs, the hip-hop mogul enjoys getting foot rubs and watching his favorite show. Jane testified, "He was my baby," Jane said, as Combs' mother watched from the courtroom gallery. So they said Diddy Moms is in court. Excuse me. It said James' demeanor on the witness stand. Like I said, this is other contextual information. James' demeanor on the witness stand so far is vastly different from the previous pseudonym witness, Mia. Mia, a former assistant to Sean Combs, kept her head down and hesitated to answer questions as she testified, including a claim that he sexually assaulted her multiple times. Jane, the defendant, ex-girlfriend, is looking directly at the defense attorney, Tina Garagos, with a confidence Mia didn't display, as she is cross-examined about her claims that Combs coerced and manipulated her into performing and freak-offs. Jane giving clear and precise answer to Garagos' questions. It may help that she met with the defense attorneys multiple times in the months between Combs' arrest and the trial, they're saying. So they're saying that Jane Doe is not shook up, or Jane is not shook up, because she ain't going by Jane Doe. I just find it ironic that Diddy's paying for her legal defense, if you will. And she testifying against him. That's crazy. I've never heard nothing like that in my life. Wow. I mean, you would think that that would prevent her from saying something. But I guess it doesn't matter. Or it does. Who knows, right? See. So basically they're saying, also there's going to be more days than they anticipated. This is going to be taking a little bit longer than they anticipated, right? basically, Sean Diddy has been nodding along to several parts of Jane's cross-examination as his ex-girlfriend recounts some of the more tender parts of their relationship. She enjoyed giving him foot rubs. She said she told defense attorney Tina Garagos that she and Combs would miss each other during their breakups. You know, the crazy part is like, out of all of the stuff that's being mentioned in the cross-examination about the loving part, it's the crazy part is like the prosecution don't want you to pay attention to none of that. It's like, we just want you to pay attention to the alleged coercion that we said that went on, and nothing else, if you will. I just find that very ironic. That's all. So, please forgive me for paying attention. You know what I mean? No, I wouldn't, like Mo Better, I wouldn't even say if it was a conflict of interest at the end of the day, right? I think that, you know, Diddy was doing what he thought was right at the time. And like I said, remember, Jeannie Garagos said that they had met with Jane Doe a few times, but up until April, she stopped meeting with them. And I think that they wanted her to testify, the prosecution. And so we found out this morning that the prosecution had gave Jane, aka Daphne Joy, immunity. So, you know. Yeah, I would have to say that same thing too. Went to, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the thumbs up, the share button. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I would say Westmoreland and now I think Jeannie Garagos is good for handling this too. Like I said, once again, just trying to get when they get back to getting the updates as to what's going on. But like I said, meantime and in between time, we still have information. Let's see. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. The jury hears a loving audio message between Combs and Jane sent after the Turks and Caicos trip. Very, 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 very important. Because she was like, when she went to Turks and Caicos on the stand, she basically explained about how, he only brung her there to have sex and suck somebody else's whatever. But the jury hears a loving audio message between Combs and Jane sent after a Turks and Caicos trip. The defense attorney, Tina Garagos, showed the jury text message and audio messages between Jane and Sean Combs. Combs from March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trip. She previously testified that during that trip, Combs sprung an entertainer. Combs sprung an entertainer and a hotel night. So she testified during direct that, she thought that they was going to Turks and Caicos for her and Diddy to be alone, right? But then on the stand during direct, she testified that, he just sprung some entertainer and a hotel night on her, promoting an argument that threw things off between them for days, right? But that's not what this March 2023, right after Turks and Caicos trip, text message and audio message shows. Ladies and gentlemen, the inconsistencies are being shown right now. Tina Garagos is doing a great job. Listen, the two traded loving text messages and voice messages about how much fun they had. In Combs' voice note, he said he loved her. Combs also mentioned Jane's contract on the audio recording, which Jane testified was a reference to the love contract they just brokered, which led to Combs renting her a $10,000 per month home for her. Listen. Wow. See, that's what they not telling. I told you. It was going to all come up. Amazing. Hold on. Combs also mentioned Jane's contract, listen, in the audio recording, which Jane testified was a reference to the love contract they brokered, which led to Combs renting a $10,000 per month home for her. The jury heard an upbeat recorded response Jane sent Combs, telling him that she had so much fun on the trip and loved him and felt closer to him. Ladies and gentlemen, that is contrary to what she said yesterday and the day before. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Amazing. Hold on. The jury, let's say, she said on the recording, listen, she also said on that recording, everything just feels good and I'm so happy. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not what she testified to yesterday. Like I told you, this is revisionist testimony, man. Jane testified that she did have fun with Combs and was expressing that she loved the time with him, excluding the time they spent with entertainers. That's not what she said. Now she's trying to separate the two, but no, in the context of what she said at that particular time, yeah. That wasn't it. Come on, man. Wow. The truth is coming out, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is coming out. You say you wonder what the jury faces look like. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's so, I mean, even after everything that's going on, the paying of her bills and all of those other things, right? It's like I said, not even trying to overanalyze her feelings. But I think, when a person looks at what she said on direct versus now what she's saying on cross, it's to be noted. Like she kept her little notes. It should be noted that hold on. This is what's going on. This is where we are, with this situation. So, hold on. Check it out now. Check this out. So now she's saying, Jane said that Diddy used rent money as kind of a little tool, Jane says. Jane confirmed that when she moved into her rented home in April of 2023, Combs paid $40,000 up front to cover the security deposit and the rent for the first month and the last month. A defense attorney, Jeannie Garagos, pointed out that the landlord already possessed several months of rent payments in case Combs ever decided to stop paying the rent. Garagos suggested Combs indicated that he was also open to paying 3 more months of Jane's rent when they were about to break up. Garagos asked Jane if she ever believed Combs would stop paying her rent. You know the crazy part? It's like, why in the hell are you even having a conversation about somebody paying your rent and when they gonna stop paying your rent, and that's a factor in the situation? It's actually crazy, right? Hold on, but check it out. This is live from the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. I got another source of information. Listen. She said, Garagos asked her, Jane, if she ever believed that Diddy would stop paying her rent. And there were some times that I definitely felt that he would do that. Jane said, and he used it as a kind of a little tool. The rent was always just like a reminder. Of what? A reminder of what? That's like I say, when somebody wants to mischaracterize something and they want to use it and take it into their own understanding, right? What was the rent used as? Kind of what? You know what I mean? Kind of what? What was the rent used as? Hold on, check it out now. Remember, Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, testified last week that as part of the love contract she entered into with him in 2023, Combs agreed to give her $10,000 monthly that she used on rent for a new home. She moved into the rented house in April 2023, and Combs still pays for the rent, she testified. So now, once again, you see how him paying the rent still now. So what's the tool that's you testifying against the man in court? He paying for your lawyer right now. And so remember, she's saying now that he used it as some kind of tool. But she testified the other day that he's still paying the $10,000 a month rent. Man, some people, you can never keep them happy, man. You can never keep them happy, man. It don't matter how much you do for them. You know, you got to cut them off. You know, at some point, you got to cut them off, man. Yeah. Unfortunately, dude. Unfortunately. Wow. Wow. They said a lot of celebrities are nervous, right? Sean P. Diddy Combs' high-profile sex trafficking trial has some celebrities so nervous that they could be called to testify that they hired lawyers, according to a report. In nearly 4 weeks since the mogul's federal trial began in New York, several notable names have been called before the jury, including musicians Cassie Ventura, Kid Cudi, singer Dawn Ricard. Other celebrities have been name dropped as well, such as record executive Suge Knight, musicians Usher, and a whole lot of other people, right? With the potential for others being named or even called to give evidence. Basically, they're saying that these celebrities are basically hiring lawyers trying to prevent themselves from being called as a witness for the prosecution, I think for the prosecution or the defense, trying to protect themselves, if you will. The funny part, said, but just because a celebrity is named during the trial does not mean that they have committed any crimes or participated in any wrongdoing. Like I said, once again, the Kid Cudi thing, once again, all of that speculation. They have no evidence. You know, you like I said, you can believe it and infer that, oh, because of what was going on, that this person was involved in it. You know, like I said, that's up for a jury to believe whether they believe that or not, and also good grounds for an appeal. So, like I said, when you understand what that is and what that means, like I said, the judge describing Westmoreland's cross-examination of Bongolin as a Perry Mason moment and not really looking at it for what, I thought was, outright false testimony. Hey, it is what it is. Jane previously testified that the hotel nights involved her having sex with other men while Combs watched. She said these could last hours, with one even lasting more than 3 days. Jane told prosecutors last week that she had health issues from lengthy hotel nights, including recurrent UTIs and yeast infections. Ugh. She also says Diddy expected her to take ecstasy, but didn't force her. But listen, like I said, once again, she's now saying that Diddy expected her to take ecstasy, but didn't force her. He didn't force you to do nothing. Jane testified that Sean Diddy Combs expected her to take ecstasy during their hotel nights, but it was ultimately her choice to take it. Now, during during direct examination, that's not how it sounded. She was like, Sean gave me a pill. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh, I had a choice. And once again, she said, and so if it was her choice to take the ecstasy, you don't think it was her choice to involve in the freak off? My choice to take the ecstasy, I would say Mr. Combs would offer me ecstasy and expect me to take it, Jane testified. It ain't what he expected. You just said you had the choice. Jane previously testified that she used drugs during hotel nights to make them feel less real. So she was, I guess she was trying to escape reality, if you will. And she also said that Diddy introduced her to the gospel. She had one, I wonder if it was T.D. Jakes that he used to like listening to. That she said that he used to like watching this one past on what's the name? And so basically what that confirms, and then when they said something about that, they objected, the prosecution objected to that and was like, objection, and it was sustained by the judge. They don't want to hear nothing good about nothing, no gospel, or nothing about nothing she learned about God. They don't want to hear none of those things, right? All they want to hear is the raunch and the staunch. Crazy, man. So remember in the beginning, Diddy told her that he was dating other women, right? So check this out. Jane says she was initially okay with a polyamorous, being polyamorous with Combs, but things grew difficult. Jane told the court that she was aware of Combs was polyamorous and seeing multiple women, and that at first it wasn't something that she minded, right? But as emotions grew deeper, she wanted change. See what I mean? She forgot where she was at, and she said, but as emotions grew deeper, she testified the imbalance became difficult to handle. Jane said the relationship looked monogamous. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. She said the relationship looked monogamous despite what he expressed to her that he was seeing multiple women. Jane said the relationship looked monogamous, even if it wasn't in reality, she said. Y'all hear that? She said it looked monogamous, even if it wasn't in reality. That goes to tell you that someone, despite knowing the reality of the situation, they call it cognitive dissonance, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, she said, but as emotions grew deeper, she testified the imbalance became difficult to handle. Jane said the relationship looked monogamous, even if it wasn't in reality, which she was not okay with. I want you to digest that for a minute. Got to digest that one. He told you the truth in the beginning. You got emotions and your feelings involved, understandably so. She said, but the imbalance became difficult to handle. At that particular point, if it became so difficult, then you separate yourself from the situation. But Jane said the relationship, it looked monogamous, even if it wasn't in reality, which she was not okay with. She agreed that it hurt her feelings that she was easily able to shift to another woman. Jane used colorful language when referring to another woman he was dating, she said. Amazing, boy. This was approximately 3 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, just to put you on. This is what she's testifying to now. Wow. Amazing. 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 She said, despite what the reality was, it looked monogamous. Monogamous. So she got caught up. Her feelings got involved, and she now thought it should change and started getting attitudes. Like I said, and that's why Diddy started being like, you know what? You keep on having these attitudes and things like that. You know what I mean? I'm on my job. You ain't on your job, meaning, you know, in what they agreed to as far as what it was. You know what I mean? I pay your rent, I take care of you, all of this, you know, and she felt like she should take care of him. Like I said, the freak offs was just a part of the everyday, you know, it was a norm, basically, if you will, from that perspective. But I think that was interesting that she said that. She said, despite the reality, it looked monogamous. You know, despite, you know, what was really going on. You know, this is what was, you know, what was happening. I mean, come on now. Don't do me like this. But hey. He said, Classy said, Ray Brown, what'd he say? how it go. Absolutely. Yeah, she had, and not only did she want more money, Tanya, but I think that at the end of the day, it wasn't even that. It was like, you know, you listen, most people say they want the truth, right? But to be perfectly honest, if you can sit down and really look at this for what it is, you could say that's why most men lie, right? Because a lie is more comfortable than the truth. He told her the truth. And despite telling her the truth, she told herself whatever the fuck she wanted to tell herself. It didn't have, I mean, like I said, despite telling her the truth on what it was and how he felt and what was going on, she agreed to the love contract. And I think that was more of what the love contract involved, right? He told you the truth. You knew he would be seeing other women. You agreed to it. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to do all these things. But what she didn't anticipate is that she would catch feelings. Okay, cool. So now you call feelings. You know, it appeared to be monogamous, but on side of that, you know, the reality of it was, you know, something else, and I didn't like it no more. Okay. Okay, you don't like it? Don't be there no more. Teeny Geragos, a defense attorney for Sean P. Diddy Combs, told the influencer ex-girlfriend she's a beautiful woman during the testimony. Geragos asked Combs' girlfriend until his arrest if she tried to be sexy for Bad Boy Records founder during their hotel nights and AKA freak-offs. She said, I don't think I tried. I think I did. And I was, Jane explained. And hello, don't toot her horn, because she's going to let you know. Because you're a beautiful woman, Geragos then said. Thank you, Jane replied. And like I told you guys in the point, Sean Diddy Combs' influencer ex-girlfriend told jurors that she is testifying under the protection of an immunity deal with prosecutors. Jane confirmed that if she was testifying truthfully, Jane confirmed that if she testifies truthfully, she can't be prosecuted even if incriminating details emerge. Jane has previously told jurors that on 2 occasions, she transported drugs for Bad Boy Records founder from his California home to his Miami Beach house. I mean, she's saying that it was for him, but it could have been for her. I'm just saying. Because she was getting high too, right? But like I said, you know, it's not what the truth is. As you can see with her, it's not what the truth is. He told her that he was seeing other women. It's what you want to believe and the story you want to tell yourself, right? This, I think a lot of times, like, this is where a lot of men get frustrated, because we could be honest, but it doesn't really matter, because a woman will tell herself the truth that she wants to tell herself. It has nothing to do with the reality of the situation. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's the way a lot of times that it, not all the time, but a lot of times that's the way that it is. And so, yeah. Yeah, we waiting on, like I said, Inner City Press taking the break, but we still got information coming from another source. Okay, basically, Diddy influencer X says she still loves the rapper even as she testifies against him. This is crazy. Like I told y'all earlier, this is crazy. Sean Diddy Combs and influencer X Jane told reporters that even as she is in court testifying against the hip-hop mogul, she still loves him. It's a hell of a thing, ain't it, man? The Bad Boy Records founder, a lawyer, Atini Gergo, said, you love him currently. Jane responded, yes. Jane explained that she's in therapy to learn more about why she kept going back to the I'll Be Missing You rapper, despite the fact he allegedly beat her and forced her to get drugged up and have sex with male escorts, even though she only wanted to sleep with Combs. I struggle with why, but it's becoming more and more clear, Jane testified. Later, she added that at the end of a freak-off sex session with male prostitutes, she would then make love with Combs, right? That was truly the only reason why I endured these nights, so that at the end, I could just have the love and affection with my partner. I find that hard to believe, but if that's what she's saying, oh well. So, and you know, the funny part about it is so the money didn't have nothing to do with it. You would have did that for a broke. And like I said, her saying that she is attracted to providers, right? Her being broke, him being broke, she would have never did that for a broke guy. Stop it. I mean, all of those things in their proper context, we must put everything in its proper context. It's just as simple as that. I know how she wanted it to appear, right? Let me see something. So here's another. So check this out. Teeny Garagos then cross-examines her and asks her, tried to name some of the positive things, because like I said, she's saying negative things that came out of the relationship. Sean Diddy Combs' influenced ex-girlfriend testified the hip-hop mogul introduced her to gospel, right? Teeny Garagos, a defense attorney for Combs, who cross-examined his ex-gal pal Jane, asked her to tell jurors some positive things that came out of her time dating Bad Boy Records founder. Just giving me different perspectives on life and introducing me to gospel, Jane said. she explained that Combs would tune into sermons. I would believe that was T.D. Jakes, right? I guess that's why everybody was like on the T.D. Jakes thing, saying that T.D. Jakes was involved with the freak offs or something like that. Said Diddy joked that he was so addicted to his influencer's ex that she was the crack pipe, right? Check this out, y'all. They talking about 50, right? 50 Cent. Sean Diddy Combs once joked in a voice message. They listened to the voice messages in court, right? Voice message to his one-time influencer's girlfriend that he was so addicted to her and that she was the crack pipe. So Diddy basically said that he was so addicted to her, right, that she was like a crack pipe. I don't know where he got that from, right? Jurors heard a voice note that the Bad Boy Records founder sent to his girlfriend, Jane, around March 2023 after the duo returned from Turks and Caicos. And he was like, this is something, like I said, once again, context that didn't come out with Inner City Press. Jurors heard a voice note basically saying, Diddy said, baby, it's all good. Get your rest. He said, look, so this is after alleged freak off at Turks and Caicos. He said, baby, it's all good. Get your rest. You are the crack pipe, right? Combs could be heard saying, should I call you CP? Hey, yo, he said, should he call her a crack pipe? He said, should I call you CP? Jane responded, listen, Jane responded in the voicemail note to Combs, also played for the jury saying, crack pipe is so real for both of us. It's definitely mutual. Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Diddy's asking Daffy and Joy, after having the freak off and sex in Turks and Caicos, right? He leaves a message and says, baby, it's all good. Get your rest. You're the crack pipe. Combs could be heard saying, should I call you CP? And she responded, right, in a voice note to Combs, also played for the jury, saying, crack pipe is so real for both of us. It's definitely mutual. And like I said, I understand that, man. You know, they shared, you know, like I said, you know, minus it being involved in this case and all of that, they shared their relationship and it was real to them, you know, despite what, you know, being involved with this case. So when we understand that, it's like, okay, I get it. I get it. He asked her, can he call her crack pipe? And she like, yeah, crack pipe is mutually beneficial for both of us. Wow. She also said, so when she explained the situation with Diddy as far as him dating other women, here's a little bit more context to it, right? Here's a little bit more context to it because she said a little bit more. She said Sean Diddy Combs told the influencer Jane when he started dating her that he was a polyamorous. Jane told jurors. Jane said the Bad Boy Records founder was upfront with her that he was dating other women. What term did he use? Combs' lawyer, Garagos, asked Jane. Polyamorous. Jane responded. Jane said she didn't mind at first because she believed, listen, not what was actually going on. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, she believed he was dating everyone evenly. Now, despite not knowing who else he was dating, she believed that he was dating everyone evenly. So now, she said that she believed in the beginning that she was the only person that he was doing freak-offs with, right? That's what she testified to. Well, how could she believe that he was dating everybody evenly? That would mean that everybody else that he was dating was doing freak-offs too, right? I'm saying, if you match up the testimony of what she said, right? But she said, but then he started to go out in public with one woman, and it looked like a monogamous relationship. And that's when things started bothering Jane. Since she and Combs hadn't come out publicly, she explained to the jury. So so it wasn't that she was dating him. She wanted everybody to know that she was dating him. She wanted the fringe benefits of dating Sean P. Diddy Combs. Man. Basically describing the time when Jane was still getting to know Sean Diddy Combs. She testified she was in Miami with him before he bought her a pair of shoes. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is, and look, this is that same old shit, man. Look, man, let me give you some game. Look, check this out, man. So, describing the time when Jane still was getting to know Sean Combs. Combs, she testified, was with him. She was with him in Miami before he bought her a pair of shoes, a Bottega Veneta. Listen, a Bottega Veneta bag and bracelet. Right. So you know the Bottega Veneta bags, they're like $5,000 a bag on the cheap end. Right. During that trip, he explained to her that he had led a polyamorous dating lifestyle. Jane said she didn't mind at first. Listen, she getting these shoes, these $5,000 bags, as long as she getting what she want. She don't give a damn about who else you date. You understand what I'm saying? So during the trip, he explained to her about the relationship and the dating lifestyle. Jane said she didn't mind at first because they were getting to know each other. But it became difficult once she had deeper feelings for Combs. I was feeling my man and wanted him to be mine, right? She said. Jane also said she felt there was an imbalance in the treatment she got from Combs in comparison to how he treated his other girlfriends. You see, ladies and gentlemen, when you got money like that, you can do that. This goes to show you right here. All of that old, I'm my man and whatever. Look, every woman is not gonna go for it. Let's be clear. Let's be real clear. Every woman's not gonna go for it. You know, some women have the theory, don't ask, don't tell. But like I said, he bought her the Bottega Veneta bag. I think that was when he brought her the love bracelet. You know, that's about $20,000, $15,000. No, a little bit more, but it all depends on what kind of love bracelet she got. You know what I mean? So he was blowing the bag, but like I said, this goes to show you, yeah, you might be getting all of the other benefits and walking around talking about, oh girl, you know, other girls looking at you like, oh girl, she got that new what's her name bag and all that shit, but the rest of the relationship is hell. It's hell, right? So, you know, said she said early on Combs wasn't taking care of himself. Jane says, as defense suggests, she knew early he was an addict, right? Hold on, listen, check it out now. On their first trip to Turks and Caicos, Jane suggested that Sean Diddy Combs go to a rehabilitation center in Thailand. When she realized how the drugs he was taking affected him, she testified. On the flight to Turks and Caicos, she noticed his shaky hands, eyes, and teeth coloring seemed off. I told y'all before, Diddy was a dope fiend. He could have had $10 billion. It didn't matter. All he cared more about getting high, from what she's saying, than his own, taking care of his own hygiene, if you will, right? On the flights to Turkey Caicos, she said she noticed his shaky hands, eyes, teeth, and coloring seemed off, right? His eyes and all of that. I could tell he wasn't taking very good care of himself, Jane said. Defense attorney Tina Yergo suggested that Jane knew he was a drug addict from early on, right? So she knew what she was doing. So a lot of people in the chat saying, yeah, she was taking advantage of him from that perspective. Might have a little truth to that, little validity to that. Like I said, this is live testimony from in the courtroom. She said, in the beginning, I didn't really know how to label it. She said, I encountered somebody that was overdoing the party, right? Jane added, she added that as our relationship continued, I noticed a very strong pattern, and I still didn't really even label it as a drug addict. I think now I would say that, but then I just would say that he was really a really big party guy from that perspective. This shit is funny. You got to hear this one right here. Look. Let me see something. So to give you the scene inside of the courtroom this morning, right? Sean Diddy Combs' mother and sister and two sons are in the courtroom today, seated in the row behind him. Attorney Mark Geragos. Mark Geragos is in court today too. Attorney Mark Geragos is also seated in one of the defense's rows, watching his daughter, Tina, question Jane on the stand this morning. Combs smiled when Jane testified that she liked to give him foot massages, and began nodding when she said he was my baby. Aw, isn't that love in the courtroom? He also briefly spoke to the courtroom sketch artist. So, okay. So she was talking about Young Miami, right? So Jane admits jealousy over Combs being in a polyamorous relationship, giving other women's gifts, and giving other women's gifts. Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Sean Combs, who was using the alias to testify, affirmed that Combs was open at the start of the relationship about the fact that he was polyamorous. Jane said she was okay with it initially, but when he started dating other women publicly, the rapper Young Miami, she said she didn't sign up for that. She said that wasn't part of the love contract, y'all. She said, I didn't sign up for that, you know. He could have met an older Miami. He didn't have to meet a young Miami. You know what I'm saying? Shit is funny, man. Basically, they're giving a look. Say, Sean P. Diddy Combs looked jaundiced and needed rehab, right? The hip-hop mogul influenced his ex-girlfriend, Jane, told jurors of his state towards the end of their relationship, right? So I felt he was developing jaundice, Jane said of Combs appearing around March 2024. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. She said his gums were gray, probably from drug use. She told the jury, I felt that his hands were shaking, probably from over consuming alcohol. Then on a flight to Thailand, she told the Bad Boy Records founder about a nice rehab she knew of through friends. What the hell you think I need rehab? Is what he said. What the hell you think I need rehab? Jane recounted Combs saying to her. I was like, well, yeah, look at you. Jane testified. Combs' defense lawyer, Tina Yargos, also asked about whether she knew he was on antidepressants. Yes, she responded. You wanted him to get off of Xanax and Prozac, Garagos asked. So Diddy was not only just taking drugs, alcohol, recreational drugs, but he was on Xanax and Prozac, according to Jane. Wow. So, like I said, man, a lot of people like to equate, having money and having all of this, that, and the other, and it just simply is not that way, man. Like I told you, man, drugs affect. I don't care how much money you got. Whitney Houston had money. Michael Jackson had money. Prince had money. Elvis Presley had money. You know what I mean? Yeah. What was the guy name that played Batman? Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger had money. And he overdosed too. In New York. You know what I mean? So, it does not discriminate. Right. Yeah, but like I said, most of those people, Mark Jag, they're getting immunity, right? From that perspective. So, that's the thing. That's the whole problem with this whole situation. And what makes it, shadier than most, right? Is the fact that somebody could do all that they were doing. And people selling drugs and all of that. And then ultimately they get off. Based on them telling on you. As if they never participated. Yeah, but Diddy was on Prozac and antidepressants, man. He was going through a whole bunch of, it's a whole bunch of things. You know what I mean? Like I said, once again, it explains a lot. It explains a lot, man. So then they go into the striking similarities and the difference between Cassie and Jane. In many ways, Jane's sex trafficking accusations against Sean Combs mirror those of Cassie Ventura's, who dated Combs years before she did, and who testified before her in federal court in his federal court trial. What makes their stories different are the ways, as they say, Combs controlled them, right? So, right. So basically, she's saying that Diddy controlled her through the rent and the mortgage or whatever you want to call it, and the money that he was giving her. Basically, they saying that he controlled Cassie through her career, having her signed to the label, and all of these other things. So it says both Jane and Ventura describe Combs as a charismatic and charming boyfriend whom they deeply love, and they both describe his obsessions with freak-offs or hotel nights in graphically and strikingly similar terms, right? They were not, as some imagine, when reports of the freak-offs first emerged in lawsuits against Combs, sprawling sex parties. That's one of the things that I had, I was talking about myself. I was trying to tell people, right? Remember, when this first kicked off, people was like, oh, Diddy was having sex parties, and, they say Jay-Z was there. They say this, that, and the other. They said all of these things, right? And that simply wasn't true. It simply wasn't true. And so once again, so the jury of public opinion, they had also entered into the effect that it was dealing with little kids and all of that. And like I said, once again, when you understand the game and how it's played, I told you guys about this book right here, right? That came out. You guys remember this book right here that came out, was like a bestseller. And most, or should I say all of what was in this book was basically public stories, some public stories, but most of it was lies about Kim Porter's alleged hard drives that she had, and them alluding to how Diddy had her killed and all of these other things, when none of the facts, once again, none of the facts matched up to what was being said. Kim died of loboria pneumonia, right? But, Diddy had a, and like I said, once again, people want to believe the most negative shit that they want to believe. Just like Diddy's Jane. Jane wanted to believe, despite knowing the truth. Listen, because this is a serious thing, man, that we be doing, some of us anyway. Despite knowing the truth, Jane wanted to tell herself something else. Despite knowing that Diddy dated other women, she wanted to tell herself, well, I just felt like everybody was benefiting evenly, right? I understand, she has a right to think the way that she was thinking. And so the same thing when this book right here was released, right? It was garbage. It was all false. It was all false. Kim didn't leave no hard drives. She didn't write the book. Had nothing to do with her. Quickly, Amazon took the book off of the shelves, right? But people were believing what they wanted to believe. It was Justin Bieber. It was Will Smith. Will Smith even came out and talked about how he had nothing to do with Diddy or nothing like that. It wasn't, you know what I mean? So like I said, as you see, both Jane and Ventura describe Combs as a charismatic and charming boyfriend who they deeply love. And they both describe his obsessions with freak-offs or hotel nights in graphic and strikingly similar terms. These were not, as some imagine, when reports of the freak-offs first emerged in the lawsuits against Combs. Sprawling sex parties involving many onlookers, and they certainly didn't take place at Combs' famous white parties with A-list celebrities, like people were saying. You see what I'm saying? So they were running with these lies, right? And most people believe them because they don't know. They just want to believe something to take them away from from whatever they think in real life is going on, I guess with somebody who they appear to think is more successful than they are. But as we're beginning to learn, Diddy had money, Diddy had fame. Those pictures and videos at these award shows and the Met Gala, those are moments in time. As Jane is talking about right now, Diddy didn't live the life that much more uncommon from a typical Baltimore dope fiend. I'm telling you straight up and down. Being from the DMV, growing up and understanding what that lifestyle is, him shaking, you know what I mean? Drinking, the teeth looking crazy, mouth looking crazy, and he got all this money. But the drugs took on a different effect. And as you can see, everybody was thinking what they was thinking. But shit, you ride around with these people, but you get next to the guy and it's like, dang, you know what I mean? You would think that it would be something different than from what you understood it to be, because based on those moments and those photo opportunities that we would see on TV from the BET Awards, from this award show, from that award show, and all of these other things, right? It simply wasn't so, right? According to the women's testimonies, most freak-offs took place in a hotel room with Combs and a single other man, often an escort or entertainer. The event sometimes stretched on for days. Both women testified they took drugs with Combs that made them less sleepy and more compliant in their sexual performances. So, getting the real, not what people were saying, not what the media was saying. And like I told you, a lot of people develop these thought processes based on the Little Rod testimony, if you will, right? When Little Rod was saying what he was saying, a lot of people, kind of, went along with that. And it was like, oh, wow, had nothing to do with reality. So, yeah, man, it's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? When you think about the big picture. Like I said, once again, when anybody who's saying that Diddy deserves life for this is simply they're mad at his success and not looking at the facts. The fact of the matter, he was a dope fiend. That doesn't excuse the behavior. That doesn't excuse the violence and none of those things. That was domestic violence. But as far as if you saying that this guy, who she's describing as his hands was shaking, his gums was gray, and all of that, if you are describing this guy that she's describing as someone who can actively run a criminal organization or racketeering ring, and he was a common dope fiend and drug addict and alcoholic, taking Xanax and Prozac and all of this, you got to be out your mind. I'm not talking about liking or hate Diddy. You know what I mean? Unless you've ever been down that road, you know what I mean, and understand what that was, you'll never understand. And you don't want to understand. Like I told y'all before, at the end of the day, when we talk about, certain people get a chance to argue certain things. When the crack epidemic hit, and it was mostly sold by African Americans and people of color, they were like, lock them up. Now they got fentanyl and the oxycodone and all of those things hitting the suburbs, mainly in the white neighborhoods. Now it's, we have a drug epidemic. They need rehab. They need treatment. You know what I mean? And so therein lies the same difference in how people see things, right? So anybody saying that is really misguided in their judgment and really need to look within or look inside of their family and see if they ever had somebody who ever suffered with drug addiction from that perspective, at the end of the day. So when we talk about that, that's what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like I said, the fact that Diddy had money, had mansions, all of that stuff, all of that stuff can be maintained by accountants and lawyers and things like that. Him being enthralled in this lifestyle of drugs and, sex parties and all of that, that wasn't uncommon for the entertainment industry. Like I said, he's basically being made to look at as the poster child, if you will. Okay, and here you go. This is approximately 2 minutes ago. Jane says Combs was more affectionate than usual during hotel nights. The defense attorney, Atini Garagos, suggested that Jane told prosecutors, listen, Jane told prosecutors that she enjoyed just about every minute with Combs during hotel nights. During hotel nights, the portion of me and him, yes, I love that part, Jane responded. She testified that they would have some alone time for about 30 minutes to an hour before the entertainer came and after they left, and that she enjoyed when the two of them would make love. Right. I also think she wanted a baby. That would have been hard, because if she was going raw with Diddy from that perspective, and going raw with the sex worker, yeah, that's a whole nother world. Who baby would it be? You know what I mean? I don't know if he did that on purpose or whatever, but yeah, that's the question that you gotta ask, right? Crazy. And that was about 2 minutes ago that she testified to that. Jane also confirmed that Combs gave her the attention and affection she wanted during hotel nights. And hold on, check it out now, once again. Jane also testified just not too long ago. Jane was okay with hotel night video recordings, she says in cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen. So she basically was, Jane confirmed that she was okay with hotel nights being filmed, and that Sean Diddy Combs told her the videos were just for the two of them. You put on a good show for him in these videos because you knew he would watch them back. Defense attorney Tina Garagos asked, and Jane said yes. So she put on a real good show. You go, Daphne Joy, allegedly. So she was basically okay with being filmed. It's all good. I can understand that. I can understand that. And, you know, like I said, without a doubt, she loved him and he loved her. Like I said, it was just a lot going on. You could tell there was a lot going on. Like I said, with that drug use stuff, man, yeah, it's a whole nother world, man. The whole nother world. Combs was driven by desire and Jane by love, the defense presents. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos asked Jane whether Combs was driven by his desires, and her love for Combs drove her during their hotel nights. Jane responded, yes. So now, that basically contradicts what she's been saying. Listen once again, ladies and gentlemen. Combs was driven by desire and Jane by love, defense presents. The defense attorney, Teeny Garagos, asked Jane whether Combs was driven by his desires, and her love for Combs drove her during hotel nights. Jane expressed yes. Very key information, ladies and gentlemen. So it wasn't through coercion, right? Remember, the prosecution has tried to make it seem like she was coerced, right? But basically, she's saying that, hold on, you know what? He was driven by his desires, and she was driven by her loves for him during hotel nights. And she said yes. Jane testified that she told Combs multiple times that she didn't feel comfortable engaging in hotel nights as times passed, right? She also testified under cross-examination that she loved the attention and affection Combs would give her during those nights. You see, and when they're talking about she testified multiple times, that was during direct examination, if you will. Yeah, it looks like they're just trying to humiliate Diddy. I mean, more so than anything. Like I said once again, Jane Doe. I mean, they're definitely getting her to I'd say tell a little bit more of the real side of the whole entire story, instead of just the side that the prosecution wanted to tell, if you will. So I think they're doing a real good job. She said basically, she was driven by her love. And she said that Diddy was driven by his desires, right? To see her do what she did and to be in the situation that they were in from that perspective. Yeah. So yeah, the court's been running longer than usual. They say they think they're gonna end about 3:00 today. It's not gonna run as long as it usually does. Said Corey Simmons said he knew the biased judge would come up with a way to what's the name, the mistrial. You know what? Hey, but Corey, I did a little what's the name. It doesn't even matter at this particular point whether he denied the motion or not. At the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that he let Alexandria Shapiro put it on record, right? So that hypothetically, if Diddy is convicted, it definitely makes a good case for an appeal. He basically said that Westmoreland had a Perry Mason moment, if you will. And I was like, usually if you're watching Perry Mason, then you would understand that when he would have one of those moments, then the ruling would be in the favor of him. Be understandably so, not in this judge's courtroom. But like I said, more importantly, when you appeal a case, most of the times, if not all the time, it's like with a 3-judge panel. I think in the Southern District of New York, I think that's what it goes in front of a 3-judge panel from that perspective. Or Diddy has the type of money where you could take it to the Supreme Court, if you will. So. So, like I said, sometimes, it's a long game. I know it's so unfortunate, to have somebody come in there. Cassie basically testified that she saw it, right? They totally overlooked that part. And then Bungling come in there basically and said that, it happened on this date or the date that the prosecution submitted that it happened. And I was saying to myself, like, if Westmoreland wasn't so good at cross-examination, and they got that out to be what that is, then it's like, okay, it would have been cool if they didn't discover that. But since they had Diddy somewhere else, another place, another time, Cassie was with him, basically saying he wasn't even in the state that you said that this happened on the date that they submitted it as. Like I said, it was, she was on drugs and she was on. Nah, you don't get the benefit of you being on drugs and all of that stuff. Especially if you coming in here and y'all got a date and you took the metadata out that person's phone, they want you to think that everything else that they put in there is true and factual. But this one incident when they get caught, when she was on drugs, come on, man. It is crazy, but like I said, that might be a feather in Diddy's cap, if you will, right? Jane just testified. Jane says there were rare occasions where the hotel nights ended earlier. Jane confirmed that there were few occasions when Sean Diddy Combs ended a hotel night earlier when she vocalized that she wanted to stop. She testified that there were a few rare occasions when Combs agreed to dismiss the entertainer when she wasn't attracted to or comfortable with them, but only after she tried to have sexual interactions with the men for a period of time. The defense attorney, Tina Garagos, tried to suggest that Combs readily agreed to dismiss the men when she wasn't comfortable, but Jane pushed back and said that she had to endure sexual interactions with the men first. So basically saying that, she was saying that Diddy said, babe, I need you to try him out. You know what I mean? She was like, nah, I'm not feeling him. And then he would be like, all right, dude, you can go. You know what I mean? Thanks for coming through. So, just from that perspective. Check this out. 4 minutes ago, Jane testified. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. This is for all of the people like with the Diddy gay thing, right? I said Jane was curious about Combs' need to see her with another man, right? So she was curious about this situation. And James testified that she came to understand that Combs' desire to see her having intercourse with another man was an exercise of sexual curiosity, right? She said, I was trying to figure out the relationship and I came upon the word cuckold, right? A cuckold, right? Cuckold. A man turned on by watching his woman having sex with another man, right? Jane told the court, I just wanted to know what was driving him, she said. So that was a word that Cameron used the other day in regards to Diddy when he was interviewing the Punisher. Cameron basically said that Diddy was a cuckold, right? And that like he liked watching, if you will, he liked watching another man be with his woman, and so that's what Daphne Joy, aka Jane, allegedly basically said that she came to understand. She said, I was trying to figure out the relationship and I came upon the word cuckold. A man turned on by watching his woman having sex with another man. Jane told the court, I just wanted to know what was driving him. Jane said she believed it could have been an interest in bisexuality. Y'all heard that? She said that it could have been an interest in bisexuality, but Combs might have been too scared to do the act himself, making these freak-offs the next closest alternative. That's a possibility. Because what did she said that one time he had asked her to send pictures of the guy's genitals to him or whatever have you. So that's interesting right there. Because like I said, once again, the situation was with Cassie like that, right? And then only to come to find out that the situation was with Mia. I'm sorry, not Mia. I'm sorry, Jane, in the same capacity. We don't know if she's lying a lot. Like I said, her observation of it. But this is just an observation, right? Throughmonger said, Throughmonger in the building. Tootsie Garden in the building. Michael Park in the building. Pause. He talking about Cameron. Pause. Thoughts. Like, dude, just have a conversation. Stop saying pause. Kinda. Yeah, I even catch myself saying it sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. But that's when you're trying to get a full stop in the conversation, right? Trying to get a full stop. Jane said she thought of Sean as a cuck, right? A C-U-C-K. Voyeurism and fantasy were the words Sean Combs used for his sexual proclivities. Y'all heard that? Voyeurism and fantasy were the words that Sean Combs used for his sexual proclivities. His ex-girlfriend testified under the alias James, but said that she eventually found a more appropriate term, a cuck, C-U-C-K. Wow. Jane said she began researching Combs' sexual preference to better understand him and his obsession with free calls, in which she had sex with other men while he watched. A cuck derives pleasure seeing his woman derive pleasure from another man, Jane said. When asked to define the term, which derives from cuckold, for a man with an unfaithful wife and has become a common epithet online, right? Cucks could also have a bi-curiosity that they are too ashamed to experience themselves. She continued, so they use the woman to venture out in this curiosity without actually doing the act itself. Combs is leaning forward as his seat and looking at his attorney, Teeny Garagos, right? I guess as this testimony was they're basically giving a in-depth of what he's doing while they're talking about it. Yeah. I mean, I really don't understand what this means as to she's basically defining what she thought he was from that perspective, which is good listen, like you said, which is good testimony in favor of Diddy, because all of this sex trafficking. No, she basically said that he's a cuckold, right? That what I mean. He might be bi-curious and basically living it out through some other means of watching his woman being pleased by another man. So that was her observation, if you will. As Jane said that Diddy used the words voyeurism and escapism to explain what he liked. But I would use the word cuck for him. More so, Jane testified. So, let's be clear. She was doing a more deeper examination of what she led on to be and understanding who he was. Very, very interesting. So they're talking about basically explaining various disorders, from what they understand it to be. He called it voyeurism and escapism to explain what he liked. But she said she would describe him as a cuck, a cuck. It says funny. Say 1 minute ago, Diddy's favorite TV show revealed as Dateline, which he is now starring in. That's funny. Right. Sean Diddy Combs has become the subject of his favorite show Dateline, which he used to watch after marathon freak-offs while being tucked in bed by his ex-girlfriend Jane. What was his favorite show? She basically said Dateline. Wow. Crazy, man. And they really running with that. You can note you can note that right now that the headlines is gonna be Puff Cuck Diddy. right? You know, it's going to be Puff Cuck Diddy, ladies and gentlemen. I understand that. Wow. Well, Cuck Diddy. Let's see. That's gonna be the latest headline. It's gonna be not Puff Daddy, but Cuff Daddy, a Cuck Daddy, right? Cuck Daddy. She said Diddy was larger than life with a big personality, Jane says. Jane described Diddy as being a bright light, calling him confident and strong and very sure of himself with a big personality. She goes on to say he was motivated, encouraging, just larger than life. She says all this was very attractive to her and helped her overcome the shyness she suffered from when they first met. Jane also admits she struggled with self-esteem previously and still does. Well, yeah, I would think she does at this particular point. I mean, for all intents and purposes, everybody basically knows who she is. And I guess to really date somebody now, it's going to be tough, man. Knowing that she been through all of that. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That's Greyhound miles, man. That ain't normal. Michael Parker, Michael Parker thinks against sex trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar crime that allows for perpetrators to rack up significant proceeds, not the victims of said crime. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that was another thing that I was thinking about, Michael, as far as that's concerned. When you think about what's going on, she benefited from the situation. Diddy didn't benefit from anything. And I guess that's why they gave her immunity under the notion or the fact that she was a co-conspirator, if you will. So. Let's get into the financial support aspect. The discussions moved on to financial matters, and Jane says before meeting Diddy, she made around $50,000 as an influencer, and claimed around. So we did get to the child support thing. She claimed around $4,700 in child support. She said she also paid her own rent. Right? That's what I'm saying. So my thing, she said she paid her own rent. So she was getting $4,700 a month from 50 Cent, right? Allegedly, if this is Daphne Joy, let's be clear. Jane says that that over the course of her relationship with Diddy, he wired her around $150,000 and invested $20,000 in a dress line she launched, right? So he was not only supporting her where she lived, but investing in her dreams. She said she had a little dress line. He was like, yo, I'll give you $20K or whatever. He did that. When asked by Diddy's lawyer, Teeny Guerra goes, if she gravitates towards providers, Jane says she finds successful men attractive, adding, my ideal partner is a partner and provider. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Let's be clear. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, but to now be testifying against him in court, I mean, I guess she didn't have no other choice. They gave her immunity, right? She says her lease on her home had begun in April 2023, and it had been important for her to get something bigger that was also up to Diddy's taste level. She says privacy also started to become an issue, and she thought that by having the house, they could carry out the hotel nights in privacy of their own home. Yeah, we heard about the part he was allegedly using it as a tool. She said that Diddy was using the rent as a tool. But like I said, once again, I beg to differ on that, because she said, before she was getting what, $4,700 in child support, right? A month, right? And she wanted more money than that from 50. Yeah, she wanted more money than that. You know what I mean? I think she was getting more money. She tried to get more money, and it got lowered to $4,700 a month, if I'm not mistaken. She was getting more money from 50 than that, but it wasn't enough, according to her. So once again, she got up with Diddy, and she started playing that to her advantage, if you will. Yeah, but I agree with you, Michael Parker. When you think about yeah, absolutely. Piece 4100. I believe that too. Yeah, absolutely. She was. I mean, like I said, I think she wanted all of those things. She wanted the whole lifestyle. She wanted everything, and what would have really set her up, I think she was really trying to have a baby. But what prevented her, and I don't know if this is part of Diddy's thing, like, I don't know if the guys was finishing in her when they were doing what they were doing from that perspective, or whatever have you. But at the end of the day, yeah, it just seems a little bit ironic to me that she was trying to have a baby and it didn't work out like she thought it would work out. I mean, if she's having sex with these men prior to having sex with Diddy, and that was always a requirement, that could never be achieved. Mark Jackson says she don't know what she wants. At this particular point, I don't even think it was having no gun to her head or trying to make her do whatever she wanted to do. So check this out. Jane confirms her relationship with Diddy began in 2020 when she went with him to get drugs. What? So check this out, y'all. Jane told Diddy told me he was polyamorous. Jane says Jane confirms her relationship with Diddy began in late 2020 when she went with him to get drugs. She said she had kept it a secret from the father of her child because he did not have a good relationship with Diddy, right? So she kept it a secret from 50 Cent because 50 Cent didn't have a good relationship with Diddy. This is what she's saying. Jane says Diddy told her he was polyamorous towards the start of the relationship and says she didn't mind, but admits that as the relationship developed and emotions grew deeper, she found it hard, particularly when Diddy appeared to be in a monogamous relationship with other women. She agrees that his ability to easily shift his attention to another girl hurt her feelings. And she wouldn't hold back in expressing her feelings. Jane says, I was very colorful. I would call her a hoe. I would use everything I wanted to see. I wanted him to be my man. She says Diddy was also jealous and possessive within the relationship. She said in a bid to understand their relationship, Jane says she discovers the and talking about that again. Bye. Him being vicarious. Well, she thought that Diddy was vicarious, if you will. I hope our friend at Inner City Press, everything good with him. Good with his family, everything good, you dig? They said they called it Fuck It Friday, right? She said Fuck It Friday was a chance to party really hard. Discussing their use of drugs together, Jane says that she took ecstasy to help her get through hotel nights and that Diddy would take it to put him in a good mood when he was agitated and stressed from the day. She describes a tradition they call Fuck It Fridays, which Jane says when he let loose and wants to party really hard. Jane says the events would release pressure from the various things in his personal life, adding that they would weed party big on Friday. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Ladies and gentlemen, they breaking for lunch, and like I said, I'll be right back. Hopefully, you guys stay around. More importantly, I don't know if you had a chance to check out the book, Life Behind the Walls of Tupac Shakur by Donald Richardson. It's a great book. The interview was released over there on the Art of Dialogue. It's a great interview, almost 200,000 views of a 2-hour interview in a matter of 4 days, ladies and gentlemen. So that's like 50,000 views a day. The video is awesome. The interview is awesome. The book is even better. Trust me. Like I said, it's way more detailed. I mean, you can only get through so much in an interview as far as when you're doing an interview. So check out the interview over there on the Art of Dialogue. And like I said, the book is on Amazon. I'll be right back after lunch. Like I said, your boy DELRAY, straight game. Stay with me. I'll be right back.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Been trying to find an alternative source of information to bring to you guys. Like I said, once again, you know, I think it's very important that we have some kind of accurate information coming directly out of the courtroom. And I think I found it. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button. I'm sorry for it took me so long, but I said basically the court took so long to get back. After lunch, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. After lunch, Tina Geragos resumed her cross-examination of the government witness, Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs, who is testifying under the alias. She asked Jane about her modeling career, but quickly moved on to a series of sexually explicit texts between the witness and her then boyfriend, Sean Combs, an adult film star named Cabral, if you will, right? Right? And so we're going to go back into this like this. I said just 16 minutes ago, right here, Judson has returned to the bench. Before he went to break, Jane said Diddy used to call their freak-offs the Trifecta. He was Jordan, she was Kobe, and Paul, the male escort, was Shaq. Ladies and gentlemen, did y'all hear that? Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Diddy called the freak-offs a trifecta, if you will. He was Jordan. She said that she was Kobe, and the sex escort guy was Shaq, if you will. I know Shaq got to eat this one up. He gonna eat this one up here, ladies and gentlemen. You see right there. So. Oh man. So as it comes available, it's a little bit slower now, right? To be perfectly honest, which is a little bit slower. But as it becomes available, we're gonna bring it to you. But I'm gonna be bringing it to you from two sources. Like some of them are going to be reading, because I don't want to go back and forth through all of these different screens and things of that nature. I just don't want to do that. That's something I don't want to do. And I want to keep it as clean as possible, if you will. And I can give you the information according to how it's coming through, if you will. So, yeah, that part. So I'll filter it through first, and then bring it to you like the filtered version. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We rocking. We back on track, y'all. Let's go. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. I found that source. Here you go. Garagos Jane, I'd like to revisit your message from around Halloween 2021. Do you recall texting Mr. Combs that you wanted to see him? Jane, yes, I do. Garagos. And he replied that he had a rough day and wanted you to lead tonight. Jane, that's correct. Garagos, you responded by suggesting the two of you freshen up, have a drink, and see where the night goes. Jane, yes. Garagos, Did Mr. Combs mention he didn't feel like being around people? Jane, he did. So we back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Coming with the A game. Let's go. Well, Anonymous 3, not really excuses. But like I said, once again, it's ripe for an appeal, if you will, right? So when you think about that from the perspective that with the judge made that decision is ripe for an appeal. So it's not even to be even thought about in a negative way, if you will, right? But more of in a long-term shot. You know what I mean? She said that Westmoreland had a Perry Mason moment. That's powerful. And not only that, but the judge allowed Alexandria Shapiro to actually put it on record, so that on record, upon filing an appeal, right? You know, and it kind of forces the prosecution hand a little bit, because they got to be thinking about that. Like, even if you get a conviction, right? You know, things kind of get held up, not really held up during an appeal. And then you can ask for an appeal bond, you know, while you wait for that. You know what I mean? So like I said, it's not as bad as they were, you know, telling us that it was at that particular time. I think, you know, we were led to believe that it was just so, you know, it was just so horrendous and all of these other things, right? That it just simply wasn't. So just understanding it from that perspective. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, we rocking. So Garrett goes, and the two of you ended up having what you referred to as a hotel night after those texts. Jane, yes, we did. Garrett goes, now, the next day, you texted someone named Sly asking for explicit videos. Is that correct? Jane, yes. I was with him at the time. He asked me to reach out to Sly for those videos. Garrett goes, then a few days later, you texted Sly again, this time saying, I'll organize, and asked about a visit. Jane, yes, we were still together trying to plan when we might see Sly. Just goes to show that she was a little bit more down with the dirty than she's alluded to in prior testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know we're back. If they don't have it, we do. Let's go. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Like I said, let them know we back. I just wanted to come back with some concrete information. How unfortunate it was. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with Inner City Press, but we found a Diddy trial updates. A shout out to Diddy trial updates, ladies and gentlemen. A shout out to Jewel Mancy, if you will. Thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it. Always trying to bring some good content, man, and not with just what I'm saying or my opinion, but the actual facts. Right here, Agaragos, there were exchanges between you and Mr. Combs and an adult film a performer named Cabral. Do you recall those? Jane, yes. Agaragos, these messages include sexually explicit content, correct? Jane, they did. Tanya V, always a pleasure. We're going to try to find it. Let them know we over here, man. Straight Game TV. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. They say research make the dream work, make the team work. So that all works. I just made that up. Like I said, I think it's important though that we have the truth right from the source, right? Garago says, you mentioned earlier that you were pursuing a modeling career. Can you tell the court a bit about that? Jane, I did some modeling, yes. Mostly commercial work. Garagos, thank you. Now, I want to turn your attention to the series of text messages. Garagos, these were exchanges between you, Combs, and adult film star. Okay, but wait for the update. So they also, side note, ladies and gentlemen, jury sees text from Jane in 2021. Jane and Sean Diddy Combs texted about a potential hotel night around Halloween 2021. According to the message read in court today, Combs told Jane he wanted her to take the lead and all of those things. So yeah, we got that. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I wonder where they're trying to go at with this right here, with this piece of testimony right here. Okay, hold on now. This is a side note. Jane said she agreed to sexual encounters with other men because she thought it was the only way to see Combs. What? First of all, hold on. Were you coerced? So hold on. See, this is the part where it gets interesting, because on the direct she was like, I was coerced, and he used the rent money as bait or leverage and all of these or other things. But now, just 1 minute ago, Jane says she agreed to sexual encounters with other men because she thought it was the only way to see Combs. Defense attorney Tina Gargo showed the jury more texts from the November 2021 between Sean Diddy Combs and Jane planning to see each other. In messages, Combs told Jane be explicit, promoting her to send explicit messages about sex acts with Combs and the entertainer, right? This is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Garrett goes, Jane, let's turn to the text message between you and Mr. Combs from November 2021. Do you recall planning to see each other? Jane, yes, I remember. Garrett goes, in those texts, Mr. Combs asked you to be explicit, correct? Jane, that's right. Oh, here it is. Right. She thought that it was the only way that she could see Diddy, right? So the defense attorney, Tina Gargo, showed the jury more texts from these November 2021. This is a little bit more context as to what you're seeing right here on the screen. The 2021 Combs and Jane planning to see each other. In the message, Combs told Jane to be explicit, prompting her to send explicit messages about sex acts with Combs and the entertainer. Garagos and Jane read some of the messages out loud in the courtroom. Jane testified that she spoke in graphic sexual language, knowing that's what Combs wanted. After exchanging a series of fantasy messages about the entertainers, Combs asked what Jane wanted to do. She wrote that she wanted to spend time with her favorite person, meaning Combs. Combs then asked Jane if she wanted him to stop by with an entertainer. Yeah, I would have to say Diddy Cat is out the bag, dude. Jane testified. She said yes to the sexual encounter with the entertainer at her home because it was the only way to see Combs. I mean, I guess, like I said, once again, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what she said. She said that was the only way to see him. If she could, I don't know. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, we got it. We bringing it to you live, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Garrett goes, you both exchanged a series of fantasy messages. Eventually, Mr. Combs asked what you wanted to do. How did you respond? Jane, I said I wanted to spend time with my favorite person. Garrett goes, after that, did he ask you if you wanted him to come with an entertainer? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, did you agree to that? Jane, I did, because that was the only option I was given, and I wanted to see the one I loved. That was the option you accepted. See what I mean? That wasn't the only option that you was given. That's the option that you accepted, because that's the option that he offered. Yeah, this is, you see what I mean? This is crazy. Like, that wasn't the only option that you was given. You got a choice, right? At least some of us like to think that we have choices from that perspective, right? Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank everybody for coming back. Classy says she needs to stop her bullshit. Leticia F. laughing out loud. She really do. The defense might not be as aggressive, but they are getting good points across. Oh, absolutely. Some people you don't need to be aggressive like that. I mean, I don't think she comes across as being condescending or being some kind of hostile witness. I don't think that she's coming across as being that person. I think she's coming across as wanting to tell the truth. Like she said, she thought that was the only way she could see him. I beg to differ. Once again, she could have laid down a lot of rules. She chose not to. Like I said, once again, you heard her testify earlier that she had been paying her own bills before. She was getting $4,700 a month from 50 Cent, right? She was making $50,000 a year from being promoting content on various platforms, and then she was getting the money from Diddy. Like I said, with the 50 a year and the 47, I mean, like you can't live a hella great life, but I mean, what was she doing? She was basically using her pretty to get money. I mean, even in promoting brands on the internet, if you will, right? So it's just very interesting, right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Garagos, Jane, now I'm going to read aloud a message you sent Mr. Combs reading, I want to sit on your face. I want to sit on your face. Do you recall sending that? Jane, yes, I do. Garagos, can you explain the context of that message? Yo, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Share it on your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram, your Snapchat, whatever apparatus you use. Let them know we over here. We got the live gavel to gavel coverage. Yeah, Leticia, I agree with you. She could have flipped the money that Diddy gave her, invested it. It could have been a whole lot of things she could have did with it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. I want to see what her explanation is for what the text he just sent Diddy. What'd you mean by that there, Jane? What'd you mean by that there? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving along. Jane, it was part of a sexual exchange. That kind of talk was expected. Garagos. And in these messages, you also use the water drops emoji several times. What did that emoji suggest? Jane, it was meant to suggest sexual arousal or desire. It was part of the way we communicated. Ooh, it's getting juicy up in here. Wow. Okay. I know she doesn't. You got to understand once again. What she's showing is that she was with it. The way she communicated. She's trying to normalize this as regular sexual banter, as much as the prosecution has tried to make it look like some kind of job and she was being coerced, right? She's saying, oh, it was what was expected. What do you mean what was expected? She's leading with this, right? It wasn't like, oh, he told her she had to do it. This is what she suggested. E Styles in the building. YT Miro. Ann and Lee, welcome back. Mo Better. KMU TV. Drew Monger, what's good? She was like, that's the way we communicated. That's the way it went down. The funny part was she said that she was asking Diddy. She was like, she said, I want to sit on your face. And basically asked, do you recall sending that? Jane, yes, I do. Can you explain the context of that message? It was part of a sexual exchange. That kind of talk was expected. Right? I mean, what do you mean? Like, y'all didn't talk about regular benign shit? If you will, right? So, there was she was basically, she talked about that was the only option in the way she could see Diddy, right? So the jury saw more messages between Combs and Jane, in which Combs asked her, "You can't handle no more?" Jane testified that Combs was trying to encourage her to have sex with someone else. The undertone of that is, "I can't handle anymore," kind of teasing or taunting me to have one of these nights, she said. Jane confirmed that she and Combs had a hotel night after these messages. So he ain't saying you got to do something and all of this other shit that she was suggesting. You know what I mean? He's simply asking a question. I think that's what the defense attorneys are trying to get at. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Garrett goes, "Jane, in several of these messages, you describe in detail what you would do to the entertainers. Mr. Combs hired for these so-called freak-offs. Do you recall those texts?" "Yes, I do." "Were those your actual desires at the time?" See, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you see how that is? See, that's not, she's been suggesting in direct testimony that, this is what she desired or what Diddy expected her to do and all of these things. So when she's asking her, "Jane, in several of these messages, you describe in detail what you would do to the entertainers. Mr. Combs hired for these so-called freak-offs. Do you recall those texts?" "Jane, yes, I do." "Were those your actual desires at the time?" "Jane, no. Those were things that wouldn't have occurred to me on my own." What the fuck does she mean by that? Hey, dude, I'm confused at that one. Huh? Garrett goes, "Then why send them?" Hold on, man. Listen to this. It's like, well, why send them? Because that's what he wanted to hear. I was giving him options, trying to please him. It wasn't about what I wanted. It was about keeping his interest. What? So for her, it was, and like I say, some of you guys have said this in the chat. So for her, it was all about money. She wasn't being real. Basically, what she was saying, she said, "You said she loved." It was all about keeping his interest. What do you mean? I'm not, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Wow. Now the questions aren't you got to be careful now. Like I said, once again, these are seasoned attorneys, right? You got to be careful on how you approach. You don't want to come across as badgering the witness or being too aggressive with the witness. You know what I mean? That can turn the jury off. What you're hoping is to get the jury to say, well, you know what? She was with it. She was sending all these messages and talking about that's what he wanted. But she was doing things, consciously doing things, and say, well, 1 minute she was trying to keep his interest. So, but like I said, everybody has their own opinion. You know what I mean? If you think that she was she's being weak with the questions, I could respect that too. But I just think that she's being careful. You got to be careful, because this is what's supposed to be an alleged victim, if you will, right? He said because that's what he wanted to hear. How crazy is that? Like to exist in a relationship like that? But I guess she yeah. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Garagos, let's talk about one of the more graphic messages you sent to Mr. Combs. You initiated the exchange, correct? Jane, pause, visibly uneasy. Before I answer, I just want to say this wasn't who I naturally am. See, E Styles. Yeah, see, listen, E Styles. You see that, E Styles? See, that's when you slide it up on her like that. Where E Styles at? When you slide it up on her like that, you see. Hold on. What did Garagos just hit her with? Garagos hit her with Jane. Let's talk about one of the more graphic messages you sent to Mr. Combs. You initiated the exchange, correct? And then now, here we go. What Jane say? Well, she paused, visibly uneasy. Yeah, visibly uneasy because they about to catch that ass up. Check it out now. Before I answer, I just want to offer a disclaimer. I just want to say this wasn't who I naturally am. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, you on what's that website called again? OnlyFans. What are you talking about? Garagos says what? Go on. Jane, I felt like I had to speak that way. I needed to keep him happy. I am in 2021 really madly in love and wanting to please him and appease him. Right? Is that right? Is that right, Jane? Garagos, so this message, it wasn't about your own desire. No, I was being agreeable. That's what he liked. So I adapted. So she was a chameleon. She adapted to all of her situations, backgrounds, and everything else that came about. This is amazing, man. See, once again. So basically, what she listen to what so basically you were faking. Is basically what you were saying. Basically, you were acting, right? So what was the motive? She was trying to get a baby, man. She was trying to get a baby. Yeah. Yeah, she was trying, yeah. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Not really. Hold on. Let me just tell you that this is not who I really am. I'm actually acting and being in a performance enhanced mode for Diddy. Right. It was something I was supposed, like, hold on. All day, every day, this is what you were supposed to do? This is who you were supposed to be? Come on, man. I get it. I understand, you know, sexy banter talk or whatever, right? But come on now. Y'all, they didn't have regular conversation. See, that's how they say they sliding it on her. Where E Styles at? Hey Styles, where you go at? You see how she sliding it on her, Styles? DJ Crazy K, what's happening? Intelligent Hoodlum, Mama Do, Corey Rude, Andre Styles. They ain't gonna report nothing, Styles. You know they ain't gonna report nothing. Come on, man. It don't work that way. What they gonna report, I can tell you what's gonna be the headline. The headline is that Diddy was a cuck, a C-U-C-K. Yeah, I told you, man. Sometimes you don't need to be aggressive. Sometimes you need to be soft. You know what I mean? You know. And a little bit more strategic. Right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Gara goes, Jane, you offered to buy a black matrix underwear with Mr. Combs, correct? Yes, to please him. I knew it was something he liked. Gara goes, so you knew that kind of language? That kind of gesture turned him on? See how she's sliding it in there on her? So once again, Jane, you offered to buy a black matrix underwear for Mr. Combs, correct? Jane, yes. To please him. I knew it was something that he liked. Gara goes, so you knew that kind of language? That kind of gesture turned him on? Jane, yes. But it wasn't real intimacy. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, she doesn't know what she's doing right now. She said yes, but it wasn't real intimacy. It was just what he expected from me. She just said she loved him. What the fuck is going on, y'all? What the fuck is going on? Boy, she said, I wanted to be with the man I loved. She said, but it wasn't real intimacy. It's just what he expected from me. Gara goes, did he often offer you one-on-one time? Rarely. Most of the time, the option he gave was him and Paul. Gara goes, and you agreed to that. Ooh, wait, man. She's caught up, man. She's caught up, man. Nah, I don't think Diddy need to testify. Like I said once again, I mean, it all depends. Like I said, at the advice of counsel, I don't think they probably would advise him to testify, if you will. So, yeah, at the advice of counsel, I don't think that they would advise him to testify. Well, hold on. E Styles, once again, you got to understand who that benefits and who that doesn't benefit, if you will. That doesn't benefit her argument, man. That works contrary to all of the things that she was saying. Now she's made out to be a liar. You got to understand what's happening here. One minute she's talking about, well, I just wanted to see the person that I love. That wasn't real intimacy. Well, what the fuck was it then if it wasn't real intimacy? If you was talking about something, buying him something that he liked. I would hope that she would be, I mean, like I say, you just don't know who to trust. Check it out now. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. It's being spilt all over the ground. You got to understand it. Check it out. Jane, I said yes to meeting the escort because I wanted to see him. Meeting with an escort was my only option. I wanted to see my lover. Girl goes, and some of your later messages, you brought up the idea of attending sex parties, correct? Jane, yes. Why did you initiate that? Right? Jane, Sean had been telling me about them. He said we should go to one. Girl goes, so this was your idea or his? It was his. I was just giving him options. So she giving him options. When it's supposed to be him giving her options, according to what she said earlier, and saying what I thought he wanted to hear. So she was real pimpish about her shit. She's like, excuse me for the lack of a better term. She's like, bitch, nigga, I'll tell you what you want to hear about right about now. She was using the Asian persuasion on his ass is what she was doing. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I guess we finding out a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy. She was using that Asian persuasion, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Wow. She was like, I was being whatever he wanted me to be for that money he was giving me. She was like, I'm telling him anything he wanted to hear right about now. She said, I was saying I thought what he wanted to hear. You know what I mean? So you wasn't really there because you loved him. Think about it. Like, yo, hold on, man. Hold on. Like I said, what the song say? Some of them want to use you, and some of them want to be used by you, man. That's real. As you can see that right here, right now. The Eurythmics wrote that song, Sweet Dreams, right? Yeah, absolutely, man. Wow. She said, I was telling him what I thought he wanted to hear. I didn't give a damn. I just wanted to be with P. Diddy, hoping we can go public with this relationship. She said, if we can go public, you know what I mean? You know, I really be in it to win it, is basically what she was saying. Hello. Wow. Lord have mercy. What that song say? Ladies is pimps too. Oh man. Don't seem like, look, it don't seem like he was doing all the manipulating. It seemed like she was doing the manipulating at this particular point, huh, ladies and gentlemen? Girl goes, did you and Mr. Combs discuss hiring escorts like Dawn and Cabral? Yes, he often brought them up. Girl goes, in fact, you reminded him that you wanted to save Cabral for a grand finale. You called it a showstopper, a big boom, a game over situation, didn't you? Whoa. Boom. For lack of a better expression in regards to that. Hello. Amazing. Wow. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, please. We over here. Hit the thumbs up. Like I said, share it on Instagram, Facebook. All of the other apparatuses that y'all might be involved in that you can share it on. What is that? What's that? Facebook, WhatsApp, share it with your girlfriend, Cacao Talk, LinkedIn. We synced in, y'all. We definitely synced in. She coming across now. She, all of the explicit stuff coming out now. That's not that ain't me. That ain't how I usually am. Jane, yes, I was trying to delay it. Now, she said now she was trying to delay it. She wasn't trying to get it popping. She wasn't trying to get it cracking. She was trying to delay it. I was trying to delay it, just making excuses to get out of something he was pushing me to do. How in the hell was you trying to delay it? Right? Gara goes, let's talk about the voice message from November 22nd, 2021. Combs told you the last vision we had included Don and a Sly, the entertainers you use frequently. Right? Jane, that's what he said. Gara goes, you replied suggesting that he wait until after the album dropped. Why? Jane, like I said, I didn't want to go through with it. I thought if I played along and pushed it down the line, he'd drop it. Oh, wow. So what was she really doing, y'all? Doesn't she come across now like a schemer, like a scammer, like a low-down, dirty scoundrel? Don't she come across like that now? Seemed like Diddy was, he was really in love with her. He cared for her, still paying her rent right now while he's sitting there and she testifying in the truth of the matter that I was just going along and playing along and doing whatever I thought he wanted, whatever he liked. And what was the benefit? He was paying my bills. I had more money, right? She admitted that when the cross-examining first started over. Why did you join OnlyFans? Financial reason. Why was she fucking with Diddy? Financial reason. Because she said she was just going along to get along. Wow. Amazing, man. I guess we ain't supposed to see it like that, huh? I mean, and like I said, to each his own. To each his own. And watch this. Let's go. Gara goes, you said he pressured you for hotel vibes with Don and Sly, but spent that time with someone else, someone he bought a Chanel bag for. Jane, exactly. I gave into things I didn't want with strangers and still didn't get the same care or treatment. What the fuck? Are you kidding me, man? So she was tricking for handbags and Chanel bag. Come on, man. What's going on? What did Lil Wayne say? Why he say, why give a bitch when she rather have a purse? Good God Almighty. That's one of them true lyrics right there. She said, why give a bitch your heart when she rather have a purse? Ain't it what he say? Good God Almighty. I'm quoting Lil Wayne lyrics, y'all. My God. Jane, exactly. I gave into things I didn't want with strangers and still didn't get the same care or treatment. What was she talking about? Garrett goes, Jane, Mr. Combs gifted you a Van Cleef necklace and a Bottega Veneta bag, didn't he? Yes, he did. Garrett goes, how much do Bottega Veneta bags usually cost? Jane pauses and then sharply, how much does it cost? Yeah, because we get into that gold digger strategy that she got going on. Because I told y'all earlier, them Bottega Veneta bags be costing like $5,000 and $6,000 a bag, ladies and gentlemen. The Chanel bags cost a lot too, right? But Bottega Veneta be on a whole nother level. You know what I mean? Let's be clear. Judge, Miss Jane, please answer the question. Why did the judge have to tell her to answer the question? How much did it cost? Because you know. Let's go. Man, boy, they got her. So, hey, Andre Styles, what you think now, Andre? What do you think now? She wanted it all. She wanted it all, man. Oh, it's cooking. It's simmering, dude. It's not just cooking. Oh, my God. See, because she exposed herself. And you could see clearly. It's like, damn, you got the looks. She's an attractive woman. Have a little bit of motherfucking dignity, if you will, man. It ain't that you have to go after the things, right? It's that you deserve the things because you're a good woman, because you're a good mom, because you cook and you know what I mean? You know, the ability to be beautiful, you're blessed with that. Right. Come on, man. This is crazy. Andre. This is not a strategy that needs to be sold. This is getting to the heart of who a person is. Right? She's comparing gifts about what he bought somebody else. Right? Please answer the question. She got caught up. She pauses and then sharply, she said, how much does my body cost? Right? She said, how much the bag costs? She said, what? Miss Jane, please answer the question. Please answer the question, Jane. I want to hear the answer to this question. Don't y'all? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. We up in here. Uh-oh. No, they didn't. Oh, no, they didn't. Oh, no, they didn't. But yes, they did. For a brief one. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Garrett goes, again, how much does a Bottega Veneta bag run? Jane, around $1,500 to $5,000, depending on the bag. Garrett goes, and do you know how much a Chanel bag costs? Jane, no. Jane quietly, I'd like a break. Hey, Styles. She want a break, Styles. Why she want a break? She want a break? Judge said, we'll take a brief recess. She wants a break? Why does she want a break now? Come on. It was just getting fun. See, it's one thing to be thought of as something, but it's another thing to open your mouth and relieve all doubt. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bottega Veneta bag costs $1,500 my ass. I don't know where they cost $1,500 at. Y'all go online, ladies and gentlemen. Go online. Tell me how much this is crazy, man. This is crazy. You know, the sick part about this is Diddy still paying her bills, man. Jane quietly, I'd like to break. Not take a break, but I'd like to break. She called, Andre said, she called, Andre, I told you, man. I told you, you ain't got to come hard. This ain't about strategy. This is about exposing somebody for actually who they really are. This is what this is about. You see it right here in front of you right now. Hit the like button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Gavel to gavel coverage. Shout out to Jewel Mancy, you know what I mean, for coming with the A game. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you can, and that's what a fact check TV. You right about that. Them 24 times she met with the prosecutor can't prepare for this. It can't, because they're gonna expose her to the deep dealings of who she really is. See, because remember, when they were giving her the direct examination, she said nothing about getting child support. She said she was getting child support, but not how much. She said that she was paying her own rent at that time and also earning $50,000, right? Okay, cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You ain't got to live in Beverly Hills. You know what I mean? You ain't got to live in West LA. You know, for the people that's not from LA, you know, that's where the money people live at. You know, various other places in California. But like I said, when you over in that area, you know what I mean? You know, that's where it's at, right? You know, down by the beach, and, you know, people know that, you know, live down by the beach, and it's always money, right? Yeah, but, you know, she said, I like a break. Garagos again. How much does a Bottega bag run? Jane, around $15,000 to $5,000, depending on the bag. Garagos, and do you know how much a Chanel bag costs? No. See, they bet not catch her in a motherfucking lie and said she talking about she don't know how much a Chanel bag costs. Because guess what? If they found out that she got a Chanel bag and said, well, you said you didn't know how much a Chanel bag costs, she can start lying about little shit, right? They gonna say she being badgered. Yeah, sidebar, right? This is funny, man. This is funny. But like I said, once again, this is the same woman that said that 50 Cent sexually assaulted her. And that's 50 Cent is the baby mama. 50 Cent's baby mama, if you will. Woo! Yeah, I think because they said that she said they was gonna break at 3, right? Do you think she trying to lead it into the break? Oh, it's gonna get tougher than this. Oh, you just beginning, Jane. Jane, you just beginning. You can't duck this one. You know, it was all favorable just a minute ago. See, because what they're getting on record is, number one, she said, I was just doing whatever it took. So basically, they just pointing out the fact that you was just there for the money. Said, lovely lady, she said she got 4 Chanel bags. I heard that. I ain't mad at you. And like I said, it ain't, listen to me, man. And let me be clear about this. Man, it ain't nothing wrong with treating the woman that's in your life. If you feel like she motivates you, if you feel like she does what you need her to do, and if you feel like, you know what, she brings you happiness, peace of mind, man, it ain't nothing wrong with buying your woman what she wants. But it's another thing to go about it in a conniving and deceitful and underhanded manner in which they're getting this young lady to admit at this particular time. Right? At one minute, she's saying, I just wanted to be with the man that I love. And then in another same voice, she's saying, oh, I was just doing that because I thought that was to be expected. You know what I mean? Like, it's like she suffers from some kind of personality disorder, like, you know, personality disorder, if you will. That's what it's appearing. That's how they're trying to make, like, you know, one minute she could be as cool and calm and collective as possible, but then at the same time, she's being calculated and conniving. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, who is this person really? Yeah. She said, how much my body costs? And you know what she was thinking about? She was thinking about the plastic surgery she got. Right? This shit is crazy, man. Come on, don't try to keep us out for no too long of a break. This is gonna get interesting tomorrow, y'all. This is gonna get real interesting. Hold on, let me bring y'all what Jane, what Jewel Mancy said, what her observation said. Oh, it's gonna get cracking. Oh, you got immunity too? Okay, immunity. Right? You see what Jewel Mancy said? That was quite an exchange between Garagos and Jane. Garagos insinuated that Jane was consensually having sex with other men and gladly accepting designer bags. Absolutely. Oh, yes, she was. Because guess what they might know? Guess what they might know? Right? They might know she got a Chanel bag from some other guy. Hello. Boy, she in trouble. She's in trouble. She's in trouble. She don't want no trouble. No, she don't, but she got to get in trouble today, Holmes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You see it. You see what Jewel Mancy said. That's quite an exchange between Garagos and Jane. Garagos insinuated that Jane was consensually having sex with other men and gladly accepting designer bags. Ooh. Little Wayne said it best, y'all. Why? He said, and I, for lack of a better term, but these are the lyrics. Why give a bitch your heart when she rather have a purse? God have mercy. If in this time and now this situation doesn't prove that he was sort of writing those lyrics, right? It's like, my God. My God. Woo. Powerful, 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 man. Y'all see it right there. Y'all see it. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Please do. We here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, all my Anthony X, absolutely. You know what song that is, right? What song is that I'm talking about where Lil Wayne say that? These girls ain't loyal. On the remix, right? Come on, man. Was they on to something? They was on to something. What they was talking about, they was on to something, huh, man? She was with Tyrese too, Universal ass? Wow. Wow, dude. She was out there spreading her pretty around, wasn't she, man? My God. Yeah. These girls ain't loyal. Said, why give a bitch your heart when she rather have a purse? Good God Almighty. And let me be clear. That's a song that I'm singing, not how I feel personally. At the end of the day, all women do not fall into this category. Let me also be clear about that. Because you got a lot of women out here who get out here each and every day. Like I said, whether they're married or, and they're living under a situation where, hey, they're married and they want their husband feel like, hey, this is what I want to do and this is how I want to run my house. You know what I mean? And then you got other women out here who feel like, hey, you know what? They go out here and they work for their own. They work for their own. Like you say, sister said in the chat, she got Alina Maddox, welcome back. That she got 5 Chanel bags. Absolutely. I don't know how she got them, but like I said, however she got them, she got 5 of them, or she got 5 on it. Let's say like the song though, right? And she said, you can buy me a bag. Come get some of this pretty chicken. And Terrence Taylor said, bye. Ann and Lee, welcome back. Craig Tillman. Yeah. She was like, can I? The cold part about the game, she was like, she's like, I like a break. I'm tired of this shit. Oh, you would you? I'll best believe. And like I said, hey, Andre Styles, Andre was like, yeah, I don't like the way she's going. I'm like, dude, you just got, sometimes, look, you got to be patient, man. Patience is key, man. Absolutely. Patience is key. You know, you can't rush it, man. Sometimes you got to slow roll it, man. Sometimes you got to slow roll it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, check us out. Boom, bip, bip, don't trip. Here we go. Garagos, and one of your businesses that was started with a $20,000 investment from Mr. Combs, correct? Yes, that's correct. Garagos, and he never asked to share of the profits. No, he didn't. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I was telling you all about earlier. I'm like, he invested in her business, invested in what she was trying to do, right? See, the $10,000 for the rent and the $10,000 for stipend or allowance she was getting, it wasn't enough. You know, he gave a little money for a little dress line she was trying to start. He didn't ask for no money for no percentage. Girl goes, you earlier said that you weren't able to do anything professionally during your relationship with Mr. Combs. Is that still your position? Yes. Had I not dove headstrong into that relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame. Oh my God. So now, ladies and gentlemen, did you hear what she just said? Ungrateful, man. I got to say it. Ungrateful. Good God Almighty. You see how a person can do, boy. Look, if you hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. You got it. We're being put on to something I think that we've probably never really, truly, honestly witnessed before. Because this is a totally different person that was addressed on direct, right? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, and I'm going to say this with all due respect. Did you hear what Garagos asked her yet earlier, right? You got to start from the top. And one of your businesses that was started with a $20,000 investment from Mr. Combs, correct? Jane, yes, that's correct. So he not only believed in you as his lover, girlfriend, somebody he would shelter, house, home, and give money to, right? Right? He liked what he liked sexually and all of that. That's on side the point. That's, something that one understands, right? She said, correct. Jane said, yes, that's correct. And he never asked for a share of the profits. No, he didn't. Garrett goes, yet earlier, you said you weren't able to do anything professionally during your relationship with Mr. Combs. Is that still your position? Yes. Amazing. So she went to where? She went to see. So that 3 months. Remember she said she took from what was it? From December of 2020. Was it December of 2023 to February of 2024? She couldn't do nothing, right? Yes. Had I not dove into that relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame. Well, okay. Let's take right now, for instance. You haven't been with Mr. Combs. He's still paying your goddamn rent. He's actually still paying your legal fees right now. How come you're not successful? Or people got some shit with them in real life, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo-wee. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. My God, my God, my God. Say patience is key. Girl goes, so the relationship held you back? Jane, in many ways, yes. I had not dove. See, this is the really her. This is really her feelings that's coming out right now, ladies. Not that shit that she was coached to say, not how she was. This is who she really is. Jane, in many ways, yes. Had I not dove headstrong into this relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame. But that's neither here nor there. So why would you even say that? Because that's how she really felt about it. Amazing. Good God Almighty, boy. Man. So you mean to tell me, let me be clear, y'all. In the time from, what was it, April of 2023 up until now, Diddy gave her $150,000 cash because he was giving her approximately $10,000 a month from the understanding of it. Not only that, but paying the $10,000 a month on the house that he had bought for her to stay in, or rent or whatever, right? And so with that, gave her $20,000 to invest in her. Bought a Bottega Veneta bags, bought a Van Cleef or whatever, all of these other things, and probably other things that, doesn't even bother to mention. Invested in her little clothing. And she's saying that she could have, let me tell you something. You don't get a kickstart like that. You're talking about, how they got that thing called Kickstarter as far as your business is concerned? That's what you call a kickstart. That's a 2 feet kickstart. If you want to do something with yourself, it didn't stop her from doing nothing. Right? It's like you wasn't having freak offs every day. You know what I'm saying? You had your son. If you wanted to really work on something, it wasn't really about nothing, man. You know how people come, they like, I got a clothing company, they print t-shirts. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying with a real plan, with a real marketing strategy, with a real way to go about doing things and implementing things and getting out there and really moving your product. She ain't have a website. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop it, man. This is crazy. But somehow, some way, even her not being successful was his fault. Wow. She was like, that's neither here nor there. Amazing. Damn. You can imagine being the person that did all of those things for her and then ultimately one day being in the situation that Diddy's in right now and actually hearing that. Like, even though he wanted what he wanted from the situation, like I said, he said they had a love contract or whatever, right? Hey. You said Brian still would have had her crying and lying all at the same place. Nah, like I said, she wanted, and that's why Jeannie Garagos is doing the cross, because optics are very important to a jury, right? And so that's the reason why Jeannie Garagos is doing the cross. A lot of times it's not what you play, but how you play it. You can play yourself out of position and send Diddy to jail. They already got a really good argument on an appeal, right? She said the relationship held her back. Amazing. They're going to find something that contradicts that in her testimony. Right? We're gonna see if, because they said they was gonna end early today. I think 3 or 3:30. We're gonna see how that works out, if you will. But we will be back tomorrow, bright and early. Hopefully tomorrow they'll go till, because they plan on, the judge said they plan on going till about, trying to stay a little bit later, trying to really get through it, if you will. But right now, Teeny Garagos, she's basically looking like, making it look like that this Jane Doe was just using Diddy. And she was willing to do whatever he wants. She was a willing participant in everything that was going on. She went along. This is how she's making her seem. She went along with whatever was going on. You know, she Bottega Veneta bags, Van Cleef bracelets, all of these shoes and things that she wanted. She had it, you know, the nice lifestyle, all of that, the nice car, all of those things. Like I said, they still haven't gotten to that yet. Like, so, yeah. And like I said, Andre Styles, who's that? Oh, Terrence Taylor. Thank you. I appreciate that. Terrence Taylor, I appreciate that. Once again, sometimes I'm off the screen. I'm looking for the next update before I trying to proof it before I bring it to you guys, right? So making sure that when I come to you guys is good. Appreciate you, Terrence Taylor. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, man. Hey, but how Jeannie Garagos is making her look as if it really makes her look like she was not just only a gold digger, but she was using Diddy for his money, and she was basically complicit in everything that she was doing. It really wasn't a problem at all. She was acting. So now, when she sits there and says that that he made her do all of these things, you know how she told on the direct that he made her do all of these things. What Jeannie Garagos has just got her to admit was that no, he didn't make me do it. I was acting. You know, I was basically going along because I thought that that's what he liked. I wanted to keep his interest. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole different tone from what she was giving on direct. On direct, she was like, you know, no, I didn't want to do it. No, I was doing it against my will. But now she's sitting there admitting, oh, so were you feeling that? You didn't feel that on your own? Oh no, I didn't feel that on my own. Right? Oh no, I was just doing that because I thought that that's what he wanted. That's what he liked. You know what I mean? So now you went from actually not wanting to do something, and where you just admitted that you were going along because that's what you thought what he liked. And why? Why would you do that? Why would a person who has a child go outside of themselves to do what some man wants them to do based on what you thought he would like? There has to be some kind of benefit to that, right? Then you get into the Bottega Veneta bags. Then you get into all of the other stuff, right? Like, oh, so this was a relationship of opportunity for you, right? Basically is what Jeannie Garagos has pointed out thus far, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, sometimes you can't rush into it. You got to slow roll it. You got to let people reveal themselves. Because if you start off aggressive in dealing with situations like this, it just won't work, right? And so what I'm thinking right now, ladies and gentlemen, is that court has been adjourned, and I'm pretty sure it has, based on the fact that they said they were going to go to about 3 or 3:30 today. Like I said, more importantly, I'm going to stick around. Hold on, let's see. We're going to see. I'm trying to see if something come up. You know, but that was a great cliffhanger right there, right? So she says, so the relationship held you back in many ways. Had I not dove headstrong into this relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful. So, but my thing is, well, you wouldn't have had the $20,000 extra to help start your business. That's why I say kickstart. You know what I mean? She wouldn't have had that. You know, your outward appearance of how you were doing from that perspective seemed a little bit more. What's her name? Remember, she testified during direct that she was in debt. She was like, I had 3 credit cards and the allowance that he was giving me wasn't enough, right? Remember she testified to that? So now, you got to understand something. So even, how in the hell, and this is the funny part, how in the hell could she have been any further than she was if dude giving you, what clothing company at its inception could you start that could possibly pay you $10,000 a month? That's what Diddy was giving her as an allowance. Right? And so let's say she was getting $4,700 from 50. She said she was, before, I would take that the 50 that she was getting a year. So if she was getting 50 a year, so Diddy upped her salary. If she was only getting $50,000 a year from being a content brander, right? Then her messing with Diddy in April. Listen, April 10, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. That's approximately $90,000. So you went from 50 to 90,000 by just dealing with a guy who had the money like that. Not only that, he helped you start your business. That helped you fulfill or attempt to fulfill a dream that you had. He didn't ask you, I want a piece of that. He didn't say all of that, right? And then she would have the audacity to say, after all is said and done, when Garagos asked us, so the relationship held you back in many ways. My God. Boy. Hey, yo. Man. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, it was what I thought, ladies and gentlemen. Look, check this out. Here we go. Uh, 105. Court has adjourned for the day. Jane will be on tomorrow. Judge Submarinian court says court will resume at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Right? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I appreciate you guys for coming through. It's a blessing. Like I said, if you have not got the book, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, the interview is up over on the Art of Dialogue. I believe it's almost over 200,000 views in 4 days. It's a 2-hour interview. We will be dropping segments of the interview. But like I said, you have not got this book, you need it. It's a great read. You know, I'm not pushing nothing that ain't really worth it. Like I said, I even got my copy, as a matter of fact. Not just, I don't talk about it. I be about it, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? I got my copy right here. Like I said, I found it interesting. And I would say the book itself is a little bit more informative than the interview. Like I said, you can't, go verbatim but what's in the book in an interview. But the interview is definitely stellar, and people have been engaging and finding it to be interesting. More importantly, I like to thank everybody for their donations. Also thank everybody. Let me get over here and get some shout outs in, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Simmons, was that Ajamin, Calvin, a JP 6 Gunner Classy, Mo Better, a Universal Ass, Ann and Lee, Lady J. Who else? We going down the line, y'all. Mark Jag, Letitia F, Brandon Carter, Alina Maddox, who else? Corey Simmons, Corey Rube, Tanya V. Who else? And for everybody outside the chat, Exotic Beauty, Peace 4100, Terrence Taylor, appreciate you, Terrence. Let's see, who else? Nick Nubian, appreciate you. Who else? Intelligent Hoodlum, Brandon Carter, Mo Better, Peter Bond, and everybody that's inside and outside the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We're going to be back tomorrow. Gavel to gavel, and hopefully we don't miss not one piece of coverage. Like I said, pick up the book. It's on Amazon. Very good read by author Donald Richardson. No relation to me. His story is one of a kind. Like I said, he did 24 years in and out of New York State penitentiaries. Like I said, as you see, the revolutionaries' journey through the eyes of a gangster. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you, and see you tomorrow. Your boy DELRAY, straight gang.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, man.